City Council will meet on Thursday, July 9th, 2020 at 7 p.m. remotely to hold a regular meeting for the purpose of discussing any and all business via remote participation in accordance with Chapter 40A of the Massachusetts General Laws and Governor Baker's emergency order dated March 12, 2020. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law 30A, Section 20, and the Governor's March 15, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Salem City Council will be conducted via remote participation to the greatest extent possible. Specific information in the general guidelines for remote participation by the members of the public and/or parties with a right and/or requirement to attend this meeting can be found on the city's website at www.salem.com. No in-person attendance of members of the public will be permitted, but every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings in real time via technology means. In the event that we are unable to do so, despite best efforts, we will post on the city's website an audio or video recording, transcript, or other comprehensive record of the proceedings as soon as possible after the meeting. For this meeting, members of the public who wish to watch, listen, or provide comment during the meeting may do so in the following manner. Please click the link in the password 702730 or go to the website zoom.us/join and enter the webinar ID number 847-1204-5209, followed by the meeting password as directed above, which was 702730. Participants can dial a toll-free number at 888-475-4499 or 877-853-5257 to join the meeting. When prompted, enter the webinar ID number 847-124-5209 and follow the instructions to join the meeting. *9 to you can watch the meeting live on SATV on channel 22. Members of the public wishing to speak on the agenda items must follow the how to sign up for public testimony outlined in the agenda below. City of Salem, July 9th, 2020, City Council regular meeting. A regular meeting of the City Council will be held remotely on Thursday, July 9th, 2020 at 7 p.m. for the purpose of transacting any and all business. Notice of this meeting was posted on July 7th, 2020 at 8:18 a.m. This meeting is being taped and is live on SATV. Currently, all members are present. Council President McCarthy presided. Councilor Morcillo moved to dispense with the reading of the record of the previous meeting. All those in favor? The record should reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. I now request that everyone please recite the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilor Krasnowski.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Public testimony.
I have 4 people that are signed up to speak.
Signed up for public testimony. The first one is Nancy Frazier, Madam City Clerk.
Nancy had given me a phone number that she was dialing in on. I do not see any phone numbers listed. If Nancy, if you did get in on a computer, could you raise your hand so I can see you? Right, press or press *9 if you are on a phone. If not, we can come back to her.
Okay.
So if you want to go to the second person.
Second person on my list is Robert Kennedy.
Yep. So Robert, I'm going to allow you to speak. If you can unmute yourself, please. State your name and address for the record.
Robert Kennedy, 17 Carlton. Yeah, hold on, I just gotta do some stuff here. I'm speaking tonight regarding the dispensation of parcel B next to the Ferris junkyard. The dispute over the parcel is truly outrageous and baffling. At no point did anyone in a long line of administration seem to have any interest in a real solution. As of now, there are still many questions left about why this was, and many concerns that the public, many questions that the public have been able to ask, lacking a proper forum. While a forum was promised, it sadly was canceled due to the pandemic, which is very understandable. Yet we seem to still be on schedule for making this land surplus and the inevitable sale to Juniper Point. Because of the history of the dispute, there are some very serious questions that must be answered in a liberal democracy like ours. One is, why did the current administration continue to send Ferris a tax bill for the occupied land? This appears to be a continuation of some sort of deal made between a prior administration and Ferris. In fact, his paying taxes has been used by his executors to bolster his claim. Taxing people for land they don't legally have any ownership to is incredibly unusual. And there is a reasonable appearance here of chicanery and backroom dealing. Any deal to give Ferris a stronger claim to the land betrays the public trust and very likely violates the law. 2, are our tax rolls correct? We know the city, through multiple administrations, has allowed unusual activity on the tax rolls in at least this one instance. Are there any others? Are we still abiding by backroom deals made in the past? Reasonable due diligence demands an independent audit around this issue alone. Thirdly, do we have any issues like this lurking in the city? Do we have future problems that we should fix now before we end up in a similar situation as we are now? And finally, 4, what policies and procedures have been put in place to prevent anything like this happening again? There was a deal made here at some point. We know this. That's a fact. It's not a lie. It's not exaggeration. Somebody made a deal. Since Ferris to this day has been sent tax bills to the city, by the city. This deal survived multiple administrations. That is indicative of a serious flaw in our city government, one that needs to be examined. Again, what has happened here is not normal or a mistake. The current administration continued to abide by a backroom deal that was basically a runaround the city council regarding property ownership and dispensation. This cannot be swept under the rug, and marking this lot surplus at this point or anytime before these questions are answered ensures that none of these concerns will be addressed. We must address these serious issues before going forward on this matter. Thank you very much.
You. Next on my list, I have Jeff Cohen.
To find Jeff, 1 second. All right, Jeff, I unmuted you. If you want to unmute yourself, please state your name and address for the record.
Jeff Cohen, 12 Hancock Street, Vice Chair of Salem's Sustainability, Energy, and Resiliency Committee, speaking on behalf of the committee. The City Council of Salem was the first in the state to pass 100% clean energy resolution, carbon pricing resolution, a resolution supporting the Benson bill, and a Green New Deal in lower caps resolution. However, none of those mandate anything specific. Salem has a housing crisis, as I'm sure you guys are going to get into later in the meeting. However, we also have a climate emergency. It should be said that in a recent conference, Salem was considered the second most endangered community on the North Shore to revere. During Sandy, if Sandy was 1 degree off, between 25 and 33% of Salem would be underwater today. Even sadder is that the people who are most challenged in Salem, marginalized communities, people who are in the lower income brackets, especially people who live in the Point, live in the most vulnerable areas, the least resilient in Salem. Buildings emit a significant amount of greenhouse gas emissions, And the ordinance that we're grateful, the liaison to the CERT committee, Councilor Riccardi, has submitted to be reviewed by the PHS&E subcommittee, is a comprehensive ordinance that covers commercial and residential buildings. It is, in many ways, the most significant ordinance regarding the environment that this body has ever considered. Our committee, the Sustainability, Energy, and Resiliency Committee, is looking forward to participating in hearings that Councilor Dibble and the Public Health, Safety, and Environment Subcommittee will conduct with the public, with people from a wide range of departments and organizations, so that we could potentially make this ordinance happen. I think it's, I trust Councilor Dibble to run a significant and superior public hearing so that all people can be heard. This is important. I want to thank the City Council for hopefully passing this to the subcommittee unanimously during this meeting. And thanks again to Councilors Riccardi and Dibble, and hope we get to pass the most innovative green building ordinance in the history of the state of Massachusetts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Fuzzy.
Yep. Fuzzy, I'm going to unmute you and allow you to speak. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Fuzzy, you're going to have to log out and log back in like you've done before. I don't know what it is when you initially log in. You come in like, I don't know, like, can't even describe it. Madam City Clerk, while Fuzzy's logging back in, did Nancy call in?
It says one, oh, yeah, she has. So Nancy, I'm going to allow you to talk. So if you, go ahead, Nancy, just state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Nancy Frazier, and I currently, well, I'm residing actually at the Coopership Inn. I do have an apartment, but I haven't moved quite yet. I was just calling because my concern is about affordable housing, and I was so concerned because during my whole process of trying to find something, it was very difficult. There's really not a lot of resource for affordable housing, especially when you're a one income household. And I really want to thank the mayor and the staff at Salem High, because they really came through for me and my family, especially during this pandemic. And I just want, to voice my concern on how can we manage to get some sort of affordable housing, and what direction do we need to go into, especially for someone like me. I work very hard. I work 40 hours a week at Boston Medical Center, and and my commute, and I love Salem. And unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave out of Salem because I can't afford to stay in Salem because the rent is through the roof, and it's not affordable for a one-person household income. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have Fuzzy back?
Yep. Let's try it again, Fuzzy. You're unmuted.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
better.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to talk fast about two issues. First is the inclusionary zoning. Yesterday, I did have numbers and everything. It's going to take too long to do it, so I'm not going to do it again. But once Councilor Madori puts the minutes on, you can all read the numbers and see that it does work. 60% AMI with between 10 to 15% affordability with zero density does work, and I did bring it in numbers yesterday. Again, if you look at the minutes from yesterday's OLA, you will see the numbers, and you can read them for yourself. So I'm gonna just do it fast because enough of beating the same dead horse. So please make sure 10 to 15%, 60% AMI with no density. Now the important part that I am here today is about the Race and Equity Task Force. And I'm disappointed in the city of Salem at all levels, starting from the mayor to the council to everybody in the administration, because again, Islamophobia is alive and well in Salem, and we've been skipped again in a discussion that important. We as Muslim community been ignored, we've been pushed over, and we haven't been represented in anything forever in the city of Salem. This is not right. We're discussing this. We have a lot of Muslim people who live in Salem, and we have a lot of businesses in the city of Salem. I think representation was in order as part of that task force. I don't know who did it. I think when I read about it, it was the mayor who started it, and she appointed the group. If that was her and she skipped us, shame on her. If it was somebody else who did it and skipped the Muslims, then shame on them. Islamophobia is not right. You cannot be talking about Black Lives Matters, but then discriminate against Muslims. Justice for one is justice for anyone, is justice for all. You skip anybody, there is no justice for anybody. I hope that to be re-looked over, include the Muslims. We have our right in the city. We need to be part of the discussion. Thank you, and I hope you follow that recommendation. Thank you very much.
You. You all set with public testimony, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Hearings, none. Appointments.
Held from the last meeting, the mayor's appointment of Councilor Tom Fury as a member of the planning board with a term to expire June 25th, 2025.
Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for this to be held under the rules.
Councilor Riccardi moves this to be held under the rules. Further appointments and reappointments.
We have held from the last meeting the mayor's appointment of Gary Santo to the licensing board with a term to expire June 1st, 2022.
Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first apologize. My internet is unstable this evening, so if I cut out, please point that out to me.
Yep.
I'd like to move confirmation roll call vote.
Councilor Madore moves to confirmation by roll call vote. Under discussion, Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really pleased to see Gary join the licensing board. He has been a very active participant in our community, very active in the Salem Common Neighborhood Association, and I think his expertise in the financial industry will bring a lot of value to the licensing board, and I look forward to his work on the board.
Thank you. Any other member of the council wishing to weigh in on this? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilor
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Presnowski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Torrio,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the mayor's appointment of Gary Santo to the licensing board, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none of the carries. Councilor Madore.
Mr. President, I'd like me to take this one.
Is Mr. Santo with us this
Yes,
evening?
he is, yes.
All right. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move to suspend the rules to allow Mr. Santo to address the council if he so chooses.
So moved. Seeing no objection. Mr. Santo.
If you can unmute yourself, Mr. Santo. There you go.
Sure. Thank you. You hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much for voting me on to the group. I look forward to being able to help out with licensing throughout the city. I was honored to be tapped for this and look forward to helping out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further appointments and reappointments.
The mayor's appointment of Jennifer Ratliff to the Cemetery Commission with a term to expire on February 11th, 2022.
Madam City Clerk, if I may, is there a need to rush this? Because I certainly noticed they suspend the rules. Is there a vacancy that we need filled right away, or let's just be held?
It was not brought to my attention. I don't know if Dominic is there to answer, because it won't be appointed till September.
Okay.
Dominic, is there a rush?
No, the commission has a quorum right now, so there's no rush on this necessarily.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The appointment is held under the rules. Further, communications from the mayor.
Oh, I apologize. That should say appointments and reappointments. Sorry.
Reappointments. I was going to say, I'm reading it. I was like, no, that's not it.
Yep, nope, that was my error. All right. We have the mayor's appointment of Joe Livramento Bryant to the Community Preservation Committee with a term to expire on May 10th, 2022.
Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like this held under the rules.
Hold on the rules. Further appointments and reappointments.
We have the mayor's reappointment of Douglas Felker to the Sustainability, Energy, and Resiliency Committee with a term to expire on July 20th, 2023.
Council Madore.
Mr. President, I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Council Madore moves to confirmation by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really pleased to see Mr. Bowker willingness to continue to serve, and thank you for your service in the last year.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcello?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the mayor's reappointment of Douglas Falker to the Sustainability, Energy, and Resiliency Committee, we have 11 members voting, 11 affirm, and none negative. Matter carries. Council Madore, is he with us tonight?
It's a reappointment.
Reappointment?
Yep.
Okay. Further appointments and reappointments.
We have the mayor's reappointment of Jane O'Leary. Did you? Sorry.
Mr. President, I apologize. Can we go back just a second here to the appointment to the Cemetery Commission? I'm just curious as to, possibly it's because I'm in my first year, I'm not understanding why that was held under the rules. I think there are 3 vacancies there, and I know Ms. Ratliff is here to speak.
Typically, when an appointment first comes in front of the council, it's held under the rules so that people can review the application if someone has any questions with regard to the appointment. Sometimes because of the nature of the appointment, sometimes if someone may have left suddenly from a board or commission and they're left short, they may bring in, and we may suspend the rules to jumpstart the application, where we're not meeting again until potentially maybe another special over the summer until the 1st of September. So that's why we asked Dominic Pongalos currently the Cemetery Commission does not have a vacancy. They have a quorum, so they don't need the person to fill the seat.
Okay, I guess it was just confusing to me because I believe there's at least 3 vacancies on the Cemetery Commission, and again, Ms. Ratliff's here today. I don't know that it's a controversial appointment, but
I have no problem with Jen going to the Cemetery Commission, but the rules state usually that's why I asked if there was someone will reach out to me and say, we need to step this up. Ask the question. Okay?
That didn't come through very well.
Yeah. No,
Everybody's
Mike.
having internet problems tonight, it looks like.
Yeah, it seems to be the internet connections in the city are not doing so well, but the, basically, Councilor Hapworth, unless someone reaches out to the councilor who's making the appointment and asks to suspend the rules for the person may be going on vacation, they won't be here for the next meeting, whatever the issue is, then we step it up. But if there's no real reason to step it up, the rules are held under the rules.
Got it.
Okay? Sorry about that. Further appointments and reappointments.
Before I read this, it is Council Toriel's ward and not Council Medora. That was another.
Okay.
Okay. So we have the mayor's reappointment of Jane O'Leary of 25 Wisteria Street to the Bicycling Advisory Committee with a term to expire on July 20th, 2023.
Council Toriel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Council Toriel moves for confirmation by roll call vote. On discussion, Council Toriel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, Jane's a terrific advocate for cycling and very active, and I'm glad that she's willing to continue on with this. I was really glad when she joined in the first place, so I'm glad she's sticking around. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Anyone else? Hearing none, Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Medora,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Kwasniewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Toriel,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the mayor's reappointment of Jane O'Leary to the Salem Bicycling Advisory Committee, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. It's a reappointment, correct? Communications from the mayor.
We have been ordered that the sum of $130,000 be appropriated to the following receipts reserved for appropriation account and to be transferred to the short-term capital project account for services including designer fees, geotechnical work, and soil testing and OPM services, which will enable the completion of the study schematic phase 1 of the Pioneer Village Camp Nomkeg relocation project.
Council Toriel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move for suspension of the rules.
Council Toriel moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move for confirmation by, adoption by roll call vote.
Council Toriel moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is all tourism directly. This is an appropriation of funds that are in from the receipts on the Witch House account. And so specifically, since we are, the same account is the one that actually also manages Pioneer Village. This is to take some of the money that we've earned from those facilities and to use it to help fund some more of the work that's going into the preparation for hopefully being able to work out a switch between the two sites in time for the 2026 anniversary celebrations of the city. It's been a project that's been underway with a lot of historians and involved in this, and the goal, just to briefly bring people up to speed on who may not have seen this before, this is a thing that the city's been working on for a few years to hopefully switch the locations of Pioneer Village and Camp Nomkeg with one another. This would let the Pioneer Village be in a location that's on a trolley line, more closer to services and more and closer to the Willows, where there's more access things, so bring more traffic into Pioneer Village, and at the same time, take the park that's used by the city and move it to Forest River Park, where it's more seasonal and we have more activities and space available for campers and for kids to use it, and in a couple of years, a new pool as well. So the idea is to take the two sites and make them work better in the different locations, and we've been making a lot of good progress on that in the last couple of years.
Anyone else? Councilor Dominguez and then Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, based on the amount, based on all the information that the good council of Ward 5 gave to us, I think that it should be sent to committee, because I think that we have to see exactly what we are voting for. How can we, if we have any question, we can go over. I was told from day one when I was elected that when we see some matter that refer to money, we need to make sure that we know exactly what are we voting for. I don't want to vote blank. I understand that information that the good councilor Trio just gave us is important, but I got some questions regarding those allocation. Different. So if the good councilor was 5 wanted to refer this to committee, it would be great, so we can discuss it and maybe we can have answer some of the questions that we might have. I don't know if this is time sensitive, wait or not, but I wanted to have some answer.
Well, that would be to answer the at-large counselor. Two things is that the usage is pretty clearly marked in our backup documentation on page 9, where all that is would be allocated to. So it's $75,000 in designer fees, $25,000 for soil testing and geotech work, and $30,000 for construction services, altogether going to $130,000. I doubt it is extremely time sensitive in this sense, but we don't have a scheduled meeting until September at this point. So that's just something to keep in the back of our heads. I would ask again if we can suspend the rules for a moment. I'll check. I have no problem with having it in committee between now and September, but we'll ask. We have Dominic still here in the meeting, so if there is a time sensitivity, I'd ask him to let us know that. Otherwise, that's fine. So I don't know if he's too much.
We're waiting for Dominic to answer that question. Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't sure if Dominic or the good Ward 5 counselor knows how much have we invested into the current location. I go down there a lot. There was substantial work done recently, with the new entrance in some of the buildings. So one of my questions is, how much have we invested into the current location right now, where it's up and running and looking good? And the second question is it in the plan to move all these buildings that substantial work was put in, or will we have to start all over at the new location if we even follow this?
I can answer a little bit of this, and then I'll yield it to Dominic. But the short version is we got most of a lot of that fund that was used for that was part of the sewer project that brought the access line down there, restored the pond, rebuilt the tide gate into the pond, took down the fence, and improved that. So if we're going to use the other side, the bridge that was built to go over that grass swale for storm drainage, that would need to remain in place regardless of the use. The other thing is that the plan long-term so the plan for the site transfer would be at this point to take the buildings and move them from site to site. That would be part of a transfer if that happens, but that's what some of this engineering work is here to determine.
All right. Thank you for that. That was a couple of my questions. I'm a little concerned, how we're in an $8 million deficit this year with everything from the COVID. If maybe this is making a hard decision, maybe we might have to keep the location where it is now. And seeing that we're looking at moving $130,000, I'm not sure if that's the best thing to do in this fiscal year. But again, that's something we can talk about in committee if we so choose. Thank you.
Yep. Dominic, is there a time sensitivity on this, or?
Thanks, Councilor. So I think Jenna could probably speak to it better than I could. There isn't a time sensitivity that I'm aware of, but obviously since you're not meeting again until mid-September, it would put off our ability to engage in the soil work and the soft costs that this would be funding for that project. It's a multi-year project. We're looking at this is part of the quadricentennial, the 2026. So I would say if the council's will to send it to committee and ask for more information, a few months isn't gonna be too much of a problem.
Okay, very good.
And just, I'm sorry.
No, good, Dominic, I'm sorry.
And just to answer Councilor Flynn's questions, I don't know offhand how much has been spent at Pioneer Village this year in terms of the maintenance down there. But I do know that, as Councilor Trio mentioned, the plan as it currently exists is to relocate those buildings to the non-kick site if the relocation is decided.
Councilor Toro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll leave it. If the body would like to put this into committee, I'm fine with putting it into committee since there's not a time sensitivity to it. I don't know that we need to, given that we've also approved money as part of the budget in the long term on this. But this particular transfer, if that's what the body wants to do, that's fine. So we've had a couple of committee members who were interested in having it in there. So,
are you amending your motion to refer to the Finance?
Yeah, sure.
Councilor Torrio moves to refer the matter to the Administration of Finance co-posted. Anyone else? Seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? Let the record reflect I saw 10 hands plus my own. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order in the amount of $75,000 to be appropriated and transferred from the general fund balance free cash account to the Transit Enhancement Fund as provided in the cannabis host agreements in the amount received through June 30th, 2019.
Councilor Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Councilor Torrio moves for suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection, Councilor Torrio.
Thank you. I also move for adoption by roll call vote.
Councilor Torrio moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Councilor Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a transfer. This is money that we've gotten from our cannabis retailers by our host agreements with them. And this is because of the way the state has written the law, it has to pass through our general fund in order to go to what it was allocated for. But it is very specifically for this use and this use only, as we agreed to contractually. So it's not a case where we can use this and divert it to other purposes. We're obligated to use it for this transit fund that we're working on to develop our shuttle service. And this is just the yearly transfer of money.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes. Yes.
Councilor Marcello?
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the $75,000 appropriated transfer from general fund pre-balance reserve to the Transit Enhancement Fund, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further motion, communications, what is that?
Communications from the mayor?
Further communications from the mayor, I'm sorry.
We have an order in the amount of $20,000 to be transferred and appropriated from the receipts reserved for sale of lots and sale of vaults to the DPS burial account.
Councilor Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Councilor Torrio moves suspension of the rules. Seeing no objection. Councilor Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also move for adoption by roll call vote.
Councilor Torrio moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Councilor Torrio.
Not much necessary. This is a routine transfer that they use for burial operations.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore? Council Madore? You frozen?
Yes.
Thank you.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Prosnewski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the transfer of $20,000 from receipts reserve funds to the Department of Public Services burial account, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an appropriation in the amount of $10,000 from fund balance reserve free cash to the Human Resources Contracted Services account to cover uniform costs as required to comply with the ASME 1818 contract through 2020.
Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for suspension of the rules.
Council Torrio moves for suspension of rules. Objection? None. Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by a roll call vote.
Council Torrio moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a contractual transfer that we need to do in our current contract. Basically in our current contract, we need to purchase uniforms, and this is to have the money to do so.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Prosnewski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy? I'm sorry, Council McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of the sum of $10,000 hereby appropriated to the from fund balance reserve to the Human Resources Contracted Services account, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order to accept the contribution from Salem Waterfront Hotel and Suites in the amount of $15,000 to contribute to the creation of a new crosswalk with ADA compliant ramps on Congress Street.
Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Torrio moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very generous contribution by the Waterfront Hotel Company to help pay for a significant improvement at Congress Street. So, and put in new ramps that are going to be properly ADA compliant. That's a situation that's been a problem at that intersection for a long time. So, this is really positive, and I thank them for doing so.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Wonder if the good Ward 5 councilor could just confirm that these are for crosswalks at the corner of Derby and Congress, or is it further down Congress where we might lose some parking spaces?
I cannot confirm the exact location. I know that crossing is an issue in a number of spots there, so I'm not sure if they're putting it at that corner itself or if they're doing it at the other edge of the property.
Right. If we do a mid-block, we've talked about this at previous meetings, we might lose a parking spot on either side of the street, especially with the 15-foot open area. So I'd like to see that there's no net loss of parking on this one.
That's not with this is not a thing that goes to committee councilor. This is simply accepting money. The engineering design, that would be a discussion with engineering and the plan there.
Okay, good enough. I'll have a discussion with the engineers offline then. Thank you.
When you do, please make sure you include me in those discussions where it's my ward.
I'd be happy to. Or you can make the call on your own if you'd like.
Well, it's with the construction of their new facility and building, it's any enhancement on the street would be greatly appreciated. And to be honest with you, the parking on the bridge has become an issue. So but I'll take care of that. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'll leave it up to you. That's fine. I'll stay out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Turiel. Anything else?
No.
Madam, anyone else? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Kwasniewski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Turiel,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the order to accept a contribution from the Salem Waterfront Hotel for ADA compliant ramps on Congress Street, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order to accept a donation from Salem Eastern Bank Charitable Foundation in the amount of $10,000. This donation is a COVID-19 response to support low to moderate income seniors.
Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Turiel moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. Eastern Bank has been noted for their charity in the region, and this is a very generous contribution on their part to help our COA with some of the issues with some of our seniors, especially in the face of what's going on right now. So thank you very much to Eastern.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Kwasniewski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Turiel,
Yes.
Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the acceptance of the donation from Salem Eastern Bank Charitable Foundation to the COA's fund, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order to accept the donations listed below totaling $2,000. These donations are for 2 sponsorships for the Friends of Park and Recreation Golf Tournament.
Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Turiel moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a annual tournament that's held. These donations were made by Rob Lutz and the St. Jean's Credit Union. Each donated $1,000 to this sponsorship, and it was very generous.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Kwasniewski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Turiel,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of accepted donations of the following 2 individuals or 2 entities, the amount of $2,000 to the Park and Recreation Golf Tournament. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
We have an order to accept the donation of $1,950 from Gail Frazier and Brian LeBlanc. The donation is to be deposited into the Park and Recreation Donation Fund for Willow's Bench.
Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Turiel moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Briefly, just Ms. Fraser and Mr. LeBlanc have donated this to purchase a bench. We have a long-standing program to allow people to do that, and many have, and we've used it to keep the benches in good repair and to get new ones into the Willows Park. And thank you to them for putting this contribution in.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble,
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez,
Yes.
Councilor Flynn,
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth,
Yes.
Councilor Madore,
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo,
Yes.
Councilor Prosnewski,
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi,
Yes.
Councilor Sargent,
Yes.
Councilor Torrio,
Yes.
and Councilor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the acceptance of the donation of $1,950 to be deposited into the Park and Recreation Donation Fund, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further communications from the mayor.
Mr. President?
Oh, sorry, Councilor Dibble.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I tried to get your attention earlier, but you weren't looking up. I was waving. I'd like to move that the city clerk would prepare a brief thank you letter to the 5 entities that made these donations in total of almost $29,000. Very generous of the Salem Waterfront Hotel and Eastern Bank and Mr. Lutz and St. Jean's Credit Union and Gail Frazier and Brian LeBlanc. I think we need to thank them properly with spend a stamp in a letter and thank them the right way.
Thank you.
Does that require a vote, Mr. President, or not?
No.
Okay, thank you.
We all set, Madam City Clerk? Councilor Terrell, further communications from the mayor.
We have an order that the city of Salem hereby requests the adoption of the Mac Park Food Fund revolving account in accordance with Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half.
Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the food farm has been barely in operation for only a couple of months after volunteers did all the work to build it. They've already harvested well over 1,000 pounds of cabbage. I saw that. They wound up with a whole lot of it to give away, and then what was left, the Maitland family, Varela family, who's been helping to build this and operate the farm and contributed equipment and labor, they took most of what was left of all that cabbage from the initial harvest and are using it to make kimchi that is then being sold to raise funds for the farm's operation. They're using that to put money back into the farm account. So, and they're going to have other revenue generating opportunities as they go forward. And it's amazing what all these volunteers have done so far to get this in operation. And so this is to give them an account that they can use to deposit those funds and use that to make more investments in the farm and the property. So this is turning to be a real big success really quickly.
Great. Anyone else? Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't want to miss this opportunity to I know this is about accounting for the Mac Park Farm, but didn't want to miss the opportunity to kind of echo what Councilor Terrell just mentioned about how the farm is just growing and blooming, and it has been just such a pleasure to watch this all come together. This has been one of the most satisfying things that I volunteered at in the past couple of months. I know we've had a tough couple of months, everyone here. So to see this come together, to see the community come together, to see the volunteers come together, create this farm that literally has a bounty that is helping our community has just been so great. So if anybody hasn't had a chance yet to check out the Mac Park Food Farm, it's right along the entrance, the grocery entrance to Mac Park. I highly recommend it. They also have a Facebook page that you could follow, and they post plenty of opportunities to volunteer, and it's definitely a very rewarding volunteer experience. You will probably be a little sweaty and dirty at the end of it, but that's totally cool. It's a really exciting opportunity. So I just want to say thank you to everyone that has put in their efforts for this exciting food farm.
Anyone else? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk?
Counselor Dibble?
Yes.
Counselor Dominguez?
Yes.
Counselor Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth?
Yes.
Counselor Madore?
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo?
Yes.
Counselor Presnowski?
Yes.
Counselor Riccardi?
Yes.
Counselor Sargent?
Yes.
Counselor Torrio?
Yes.
And Counselor McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of creating a revolving fund for the Mac Park Food Fund, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, and none of them negative. The matter carries. Further communications to the mayor.
We have an order that parcel B shown on the attached plan entitled Plan of Land 16, 18, 20, and 20 off Franklin Street, Salem, dated June 5th, 2020, prepared by North Shore Survey Corporation, and consisting of 15,297 square feet, is hereby declared surplus property as it is not needed for any municipal use. This parcel is part of a piece of land shown on the city assessors map as part of the city property at 20 Franklin Street, but which has been occupied by an abutter Ferris since 1952. Be it further ordered that the city's Director of Public Property Building Commissioner is authorized to advertise parcel B for sale by sale to bid.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for confirmation by roll call vote.
Council Madore, move for adoption by roll call vote. On the discussion, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've been having these discussions regarding this property in executive session since, I believe, the last council. So it's carried over into this new body, and we've had, I think, one additional executive session, and I know that our our city staff has done additional due diligence on the zoning and whether it's buildable or not. And the good counselor from Ward 6 has conducted a neighborhood meeting to solicit input from the neighbors, and we've received a couple of correspondence from neighbors and Historic Salem Incorporated to support declaring this land surplus. And if we do this, if we adopt this tonight, we will initiate the land disposition process, and seeing that there's significant support from the neighbors, perhaps the council from Ward 6 could better speak to the feedback that she had heard at the meeting. So I'll yield the floor to her and any additional staff. Perhaps Beth Renard, our city solicitor, could also chime in on some findings behind this order.
Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councilor Madore, for that summary. This, as we all know, has been in discussion and in the purview of the council, at least for a few years, and this issue has been going on for over 70 years. I believe Ferris purchased the property in the 1950s and claimed use of this, now what we're calling disputed property or disputed parcel. And what we have here is kind of the result of collaboration and compromise between the neighbors of Furlong Park, the neighbors in Northfield, the potential developer, a lot of work from our legal department and from the city solicitor of reviewing the history of the land. I think the big key pieces and takeaway here are that we are not giving away the land. We are claiming ownership of both of these parcels. Right now, the parcels are essentially just one parcel, but a portion of the one parcel closer to the street is dedicated parkland. And that has a long disposition process, and we also wish to keep ownership of that dedicated parkland, mostly for the neighbors and for those that practice Little League or visit Furlong Park. We would love to have some sort of parking lot or area for those people to park in. So by keeping parcel B as parkland, we would be able, as the city, would be able to do that and utilize that. Parcel A is what we're talking about here, where we'd like to surplus it. There are letters from Tom Daniel and Tom St. Pierre regarding the, undevelopmentability, or that it's cannot be built on. It really doesn't have a huge value because it's landlocked. It's the parcel that's along the water, so there's no really right-of-way access to it. The developer has revised their plans, so they're not building any structures or property on any of this disputed property whatsoever. So I really feel that this is a good compromise where nothing is being built on the disputed land. The city still has ownership of the disputed land, is keeping the parcel that's parkland, and will surplus the other two, because this is a very hefty bill for the cleanup. The contamination in this land, as we know, really, you dig anywhere in Salem, you're gonna most likely hit some sort of contamination, but it's a known fact that this location in this area was a dumping ground after the Great Fire. So most of the contamination on this land is the city's fault. We used it, it's fill, it's dumping, it's ash, I think was what was the result on the test when they did the soil test. So the developer will have to, or whoever, when it goes out to bid, will have to remediate the land to certain standards. And I'm just really excited because I think we might finally be at a solution and at a compromise. We have, I forwarded you the letter from Ann Sterling, who's from the Friends of Sterling Park, with her support. We also got a letter from Historic Salem Inc. with their support, because this project and utilizing this land as open space along with residential development really fits into the spirit of the North River Canal Corridor. And it's very exciting that we might have a path forward. I think I'll stop there because I don't want to get into too technicalities. I don't know if the city solicitor has anything that they'd like to add, or I'm sure I probably missed a few pieces, but I'll also just add really quickly that this is just the starting point of the process. There are a lot of other steps which were also, I think, included in our backup documentation that was sent out.
Thank you. The only thing that I did want to add to that relative to the taxes that Mr. Ferris has been paying, many, many years ago, the city assessor began taxing the property because we learned, I believe maybe through an audit, that whenever anyone is using municipal land, they're to be taxed on that. It's in Mass General Law, Chapter 60. So that's the genesis of that. I just want to make sure we were clear on why Mr. Ferris began to be taxed. It was when a former assessor determined that it should have been.
Thank you. Council Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. For Attorney Renard, as was explained by the good Ward 6 Councilor, will it be guaranteed that the city will not be on the hook for any expenses to remediate that land? I know that was briefly touched upon. I just wanted to make sure we weren't going to be stuck with a bill.
When we advertise the land for sale, there are certain requirements that we will have in the bid notice. And one of them will be that the city is not responsible, the property is sold as is, that the city will not be responsible or liable for the cleanup of the property, and that it will be a no-build lot.
Okay, good copy. Thank you for that. That answered my question.
Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question is to our city solicitor. Based on the information we had, I know we have a second meeting before where we discussed most of the situation regarding to this matter in front of us. It's possible that this can be open for a public hearing so we can have some input from the public. I know the good Ward 6, Ricardi, said that she got a neighborhood meetings. But I heard, today we hear someone in the public referring to some question and some answer that they need to have. And I think that the public deserves to hear from us, maybe in a deeply way, what action are we taking and how are we taking it. So it's possible to open at this point the public hearing so we can hear more from the public in regard to this decision we're making.
Are you asking me at this moment in time whether the rules can be suspended to open it up to the public?
Yeah.
Council McCarthy?
Does he mean at this, not at this meeting? I mean, is he?
Not at this meeting.
Oh, not at this meeting. Okay. That's the will of the body. I can't answer that question. It's up to the body whether they think that is, whether there's information that you don't already have to make a decision.
But legally speaking, we okay to open up to the public. Because I remember when we was in the executive committee, we cannot discuss the matter with no one because there was a private information that we need to keep. So I wanted to see if there's any way that we can open to the public.
At this point in time, we're doing this at a public meeting right now. So yes, we could entertain comments or questions from the public.
Thank you.
This matter hasn't been in executive session since we took it out. I mean, this has been in the public for a while now. I mean, I can't know the exact date, and I will say that I'll reserve my comments. Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. With regard to the tax billing, I've looked at the tax bill from the assessor's office. I don't have any trouble with the way that this property has been taxed. It's very similar to the way other entities have been using city-owned property and been taxed the same way. So to me, there's no issue on the tax bill at all. I know that issue was raised during public testimony, but I don't see that one component being any trouble at all. I think, thank goodness that we are taxing them, and I believe the tax bill says for their use of city-owned property and identifying the square footage and the location of that property. I've seen the junkyard expanding for a few decades. I used to coach baseball there. So it wasn't way back then. It was a gradual expansion into the parkland up to the fence that was added in about 1986 or so. I want to thank the good Ward 6 Councilor Riccardi for reaching out to me this morning. We had a good conversation, probably at least a half an hour or so earlier today, and I gave some of the history of the parcel. And I mentioned two concerns to her. She was going to have a conversation with our solicitor, and then I later, I've known the solicitor for just a few years. I'm proud to say that I'm her daughter's godfather, and I've known them. Actually, I fixed her up with her husband years ago, so I've known her for a few years. But on this one, I'd like to I had reached out to the solicitor while she was reaching out to me at the same time. That's how close our minds work together. That was about right after lunchtime or so, maybe 2 o'clock. I'm not sure what time, Beth. So through you, Mr. President, I'd like the solicitor to get into the conversation a little bit more about the contaminated soil on both A and B, and to make sure that whatever we do here today, or if it goes to committee, so we can have a public hearing on it, we can address it there. So if it's going to committee, I'll be quiet now. But if it's still being pushed to have a vote on that tonight, we need to have a better in-depth conversation on the liability and who's going to be paying for the contaminated soil, both on parcel A and on parcel B. I think it's only on parcel B is what we'll be looking for the developer to pay for. I'm not sure of that 100%, but I don't want to see this city council make a mistake as other city councils have rushed and made a mistake, and I've witnessed some of the results of that on contaminated land, on losing 2 soccer fields, on a couple different miscellaneous things. So I'm not in a hurry to advance this. I am 100% in support of what the neighborhood and what the Ward 6 councilor and the mayor and what they've resolved in this. But I think the public has an opportunity, and they should have the opportunity to have a say if there's anybody. I don't know if there is anybody that will bring up some new information on this. So 2 issues. One is on the contaminating soil, that the city is not going to be on the hook on this, say 5 years from now, 10 years from now, because it might be $1 million, $2 million. We don't really know how much it would cost. We have a couple estimates on that. And then 2 is that the developer has verbally committed to paying for the construction of the parking lot on, I'm told that he's verbally committed to paying for the construction of the parking lot on Lot A. And that should be part of the agreement as well somehow, Mr. President. So with those, I'd recommend that it go to committee, whichever committee you think is the best. It doesn't really matter. But as long as we have a better in-depth conversation on this, and we get to see what the wording of this agreement is so that we can make sure that the city is really protected from possibly millions of dollars of cleanup. Who knows? We don't. Thank you, Mr. President.
Ms. Renaud, do you want to answer any of those questions?
Yes, so I shared today with Councilor Dibble and others the LSP report that has been peer reviewed by the city's LSP. There were testing borings done all throughout the site on Ferris's property and on the land in dispute. LSP, which has been confirmed by our peer reviewer, Ty and Bond, that the majority of the waste that is found on Lot A, which is the dedicated parkland that fronts on Franklin Street, is predominantly lead, believed to be from the burning of wood from the Great Fire. As you get into the property closer to the water, the contaminants change. So the most serious and the most concentrated problematic soils are along the street's edge. Our LSP has given us an estimate to clean up the whole site, A and B, about $523,000. It's given us an estimate of it was $200,000 for just the Lot A. He's examined the data. There were testing done back in I think it was 2003, 2014, and more recently. And I think we feel comfortable that we know what's out there. And because we did a cleanup right next door at the Furlong Park, the material and the contaminants were the same. So he looked at that and the cost, that was very recently, for that cleanup, and we're comfortable with that analysis that was done.
Thank you. Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll just say we'll see what the will of the body is. I'm very comfortable taking the surplus vote tonight because that's just the beginning of the disposition process. We've been through this before. But I would have some concerns to see in the purchase and sale agreement that is then bid on and accepted when that comes back to us for approval. That's the point at which I'd really want to take a look at it and make sure that our liability is covered there. Surplus itself is a pretty benign action that allows us to move forward with the process of trying to sell it. I mean, we know we have a one would-be buyer, but my opinion here, and whatever the will of the body is fine. I would be in favor of us proceeding with surplus tonight because, again, that's a very benign step, and it doesn't obligate us to sell the parcel, and it doesn't obligate us to any terms. But and it also, the neighborhood has kind of been waiting for this to happen, and then we have a couple of months in which the disposition, the purchase and sale will come through, and then we will have a chance to take a good look at it and make a decision as a body on it then, and if we need to work with the terms at that point.
Thank you. Before I go to Council Ricardo, Beth, if you could you just, some of us have been through the process before, and some people are watching them at home on TV or whatever means they're watching. You just run us through the process. If the will is tonight to declare the surplus, what are the next steps?
The next step would be for the mayor to obviously sign that order, for the building commissioner to work with me to put the solicitation together for the purchasing agent. All the neighbors would be notified. There'd be a 30-day notice period. Relative to the bid, it would be advertised twice in the newspaper. And then the bid would come in, and we would confirm that if there are any prerequisites, like the deposit and all that stuff that the purchasing agent would require, that has been satisfied. Then we would come back to the council for authorization to convey the property.
And just to be clear, these two parcels, A and B, the land in dispute's been in dispute for since the 50s.
Correct. And one additional step, because these lots don't exist, at some point between now and the conveyance, we would go to the planning board to actually create the lots. And we would record the plan with the conveyance.
Okay. So the parcel A, which when we were all in those meetings is the quote-unquote parkland, was deeded whenever Furlong Park was deeded as a park, and then the rest of which is basically, for lack of a better word, filled tidelands.
Yes, 1926 is the date of the dedication.
So, I mean, I'm sure we'll all see it when the bid documents go up, but when the bid documents go out, they're going to be clearly going to state that the lot in question B, is going to be deemed, it's going to have a restriction on it that it's unbuildable, so at no point down the road, anyone can build on that property, so it's going to be open green space. And I'm assuming that is working with his waterway license to allow public access along the waterfront?
That's correct.
Okay. Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, everyone, for the feedback tonight. Let's make a quick couple points regarding public discussion. This has been in public discussion with the neighbors since before I was born, but I know with public meetings regarding this specific development have been in discussion since before I've been in office with the previous two at the Salvation Army that were held as community meetings discussing this property. They were, of course, all of the planning board meetings and the zoning board meetings. I've had numerous discussions and conversations with the neighbors, and just this past week, I held a public meeting. So because we're not dispersed, we don't have to have the official joint public hearing with the Parks and Recs Department. But I still took it upon myself to make sure that I broadcasted on Facebook. It was sent out in my email newsletter, sent out numerous communications about this and posts about this. So I honestly just think the neighbors are a little tired of talking about it because the attendance each time kind of stops, but I'm continuing to talk about it and get feedback. And at the last meeting, the consensus was it is a good compromise. Of course, everyone has the general concerns of development like traffic and making sure sidewalks are put in and things like that, but that really has nothing to do with the surplusing of parcel B. So I feel very comfortable to say that the public meeting and the public conversations have occurred. I would also just like to comment that the other pieces regarding the remediation of the land and who's responsible for it, if we could add in, I'm new to this, but perhaps add in a condition to the order that we're doing tonight to make sure that it says the authorization for sale, that there were two things on it, that the lot is to remain unbuildable and that the purchaser assumes all liability and responsibility to remove the contaminants. I think the city solicitor might have some more actual legalese verbiage on that, but I would like to maybe add in those two edits so we're all comfortable with how this would be advertised. Do I have to make an official motion to do that? I don't know.
We'll ask Beth, do we have to put that in the form of motion?
Yeah, she's moving to amend the order that's before you by adding those two conditions. I would suggest that it be added after the second paragraph at the end.
After the second paragraph, so be it further ordered that the city's director of public property/building commissioner is authorized to advertise parcel B for sale and by sealed bid, and then
with the condition that the parcel be advertised as unbuildable, and that the purchaser assume any liability and responsibility for the remediation of contamination of contaminated soils.
Per guidelines of whoever makes those guidelines. DEP.
Okay. So, Councilor Riccardi, you want to put that in the form of motion?
I'd like to make a motion to amend the order after the second paragraph to include the conditions for the authorization of sale. that the lot remain unbuildable, and that the purchaser assumes all liability and responsibility to remove contaminants as directed by DEP.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor Hapworth. Under discussion, Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's probably standard, but I just was wondering, does the city put in a clause where they have the right to refuse any and all offers in a situation like this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And also, one other question is, are all claims to parcel A by everybody now giving up, or is it still claims to ownership of parcel A?
I can tell you that the attorney for the Ferrises and the developer still maintain that they have claims by adverse possession. However, as a means to move this forward, they are willing to release any claims they have in parcel A and parcel B if we move forward with the disposition.
And we have that in writing?
Oh, we will have that in writing. I will be back to you, once we surplus this and this gets advertised and go through the process, I will be back to you with all the language necessary to get the conveyance properly executed and recorded.
Thank you.
If I may, one last thing, Beth. Since the Park and Rec Commission isn't here with us and we're not going through the whole process of surplusing parkland, so I'm assuming that the agreement also is that when we subdivide this lot from A and B, that everyone's understanding that Lot A is parkland, as from whenever it was deemed parkland, and the rest of it, because it was filled in after the fact, is now not considered parkland, but so that's why the Park and Rec Commission is not part of this conversation?
That's correct. And the A&R plan will clearly, once divided by the planning board, it will clearly show that that Lot A is now part of the Furlong Park and is dedicated parkland.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm hesitant on this. I absolutely agree with the idea and all of the details of what we're discussing here, in full support on both A and B lots. It's long overdue, and I applaud Councilor Riccardi for getting us to this point with the neighborhood and the mayor. I'm hesitant that earlier today I had a discussion with our city solicitor, and I had recommended that she get with the developer's lawyer and come up with wording for tonight's meeting that would protect the city of Salem and require the developer to clean up the property, not just at DEP, but all federal and state requirements. And that the developer construct the parking lot, as I discussed earlier. That hasn't really been discussed tonight. So I'd rather see this go to committee and not slow down this at all, even though it's been 60 years, whatever it's been. A lot of encroachment the last couple of decades. But the public should weigh in, and maybe perhaps the public has already weighed in enough, and maybe nobody else will come with any ideas or any comments. But at that committee meeting, the Park and Rec Commission, because this is their property, both of them are their property in my opinion, but only, the solicitor says only parcel A is their property. We're taking action on something that pertains to them. So I would suggest that we either have a joint meeting with them or we invite them. But the matter really should go to committee so that we're not advertising and putting something out on the street that will come back and bite us and cost us a couple $1 million potentially to clean up the property. Maybe it's only a couple $100,000, but we don't know that for sure. So I'd rather slow this down a little bit, put it into committee. So let me make a motion right now. I'd like to move that the matter go to committee, ordinances, license, and legal affairs co-posted with the committee of the whole, and that the Park and Rec Commission be invited and our city solicitor be invited.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Council Dibble, seconded by Council Dominguez, to move the matter to the Committee on License or Legal Affairs. I'm assuming co-posted?
Yes, I said that.
And that the Park and Rec Commission members of the Park and Rec Commission, we'd have to call a special meeting, invite the whole commission, but we'll figure that out. And, be invited. Any further discussion?
Solicitor. And the city solicitor.
Any further discussion? Councilor Riccardi.
I'd just like to point out that this is parcel B, so the non-parkland parcel. Parcel A will be the city's responsibility of cleaning up. It's our land, it's our contaminated land. And I'd also like to point out that we do know what's in the land and what it's contaminated with. We just cleaned up land right next door. It was cleaned when my daughter was born and she's 8, so 8 years ago. So I don't think the contaminants have changed that much. So I am pretty confident that we have a good handling on what is in there and what the bill would be. I don't know what other surprises would come up. That would be quite shocking. Seeing that, again, we just cleaned land literally feet away. So I would just keep that in mind and not recommend.
Thank you. Anyone else? The motion on the floor by Council Dibble, seconded by Council Dominguez to move the matter to committee. Madam City Clerk, yes vote would be to move it to committee, a no vote would be to keep it on the floor, and then we take up the matters of Council Riccardi's amendment and then surplus. So, that clarified, Council Riccardi?
Yeah, I thought do I have a motion on the floor currently? Again, I'm new at this, so I don't know which one supersedes.
We got to take them up in reverse order, so Councilor Dibble's order comes in first. If his goes through, it goes to committee. If his fails, then we take up your amendment, and then we take up the order of surplus. Okay? Everyone understand? Madam City Clerk, the question is to move the matter to committee. Yes is to move, no is to stay on the floor.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
No.
Councilor Madore? No. Councilor Marcillo? No. Councilor Prosnowski?
No.
Councilor Riccardi?
No.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
No.
And Councilor McCarthy?
The matter of sending the matter to committee, we have 11 members voting for in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The matter does not carry. Now comes up is Councilor Riccardi's amendment. She wants to add after the second paragraph with the conditions as stated earlier that it be advertised as unbuildable and that the city is not what was the exact? The city is not liable for any contamination cleanup. And I'll rely on the city solicitor to make sure that we have that language spelled out. Is everyone understanding what we're voting on? Madam City Clerk, on the first thing we'll take a vote on is the amendment. Can you call the roll, please?
Councilor Dibble?
I'm sorry, Mr. President or Madam City Clerk, can you just please clarify what a yes or no vote?
A yes vote would be to approve the amendment with the conditions that the parcel be unbuildable and that the city would not be held liable for any contamination on the site.
That's on the amendment. I have to say no, because is there any discussion on this, Mr. President?
We discussed it earlier. If you want to go one more time, last time, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for that privilege. Very briefly, if we don't get the wording correctly through this council here tonight, whereas the going to committee was just defeated, then we got to make sure that the wording is correct so the city is protected, because if it goes out for sale with XYZ type of wording, the developer later can say, hey, I don't have to do this because you only said XYZ. Now you're asking for W. We can't ask for something later along the process. That's how we lost the soccer fields up on Highland Avenue years ago, and now we have a nice Chinese buffet and a nice breakfast place and a few other businesses, but we don't have 2 soccer fields there. That's back in the 80s. The city council back then made a mistake, approved a certain way, and we lost it. We've also had to do some cleanups of environmental land as a result of mistakes that we made in the past. That's simply the reason why I asked for it to go to committee. So I'm cautious on this right now. So, Mr. President, I'll yield. Go ahead.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam City Clerk, the roll call vote is to adopt the amendment.
Yes. Councilor Torrio, did you have your hand raised?
Council Torrio, sorry. You moved. You were there and you were over there.
Didn't have a chance to unmute myself. Sorry about that, Mr. President. So just sum up. So the point at which we make sure that any such agreement that we have with the purchaser, which we assume will be Juniper Point, but we make sure that that is completely ironclad, is in the purchase and sale agreement, not in the surplus itself. This is just passing on some terms to some language that the city solicitor will make sure is included in the bid process. And then whatever contract is worked out for the purchase and sale will have to be approved by us, and we can impose whatever terms we choose at that point. And assuming that the purchase and sale process works out as expected, I would strongly urge that at that point we do refer it to committee and make sure we have everything absolutely right, that we're protected when we, before we execute this. So I think, it's just a matter I very much support this being reviewed in committee. It's just that I would support it once we have a prospective contract and not the surplus process itself, which we can't really put strings on. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Fair enough, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to echo what Councilor Torrio said, and also what Councilor Sargent pointed out earlier, thankfully, that there is always the clause of the right to refuse any offers, I believe, as well. So everyone understands. I did pull up what the additional verbiage would be. It would be, one, that the lot would remain, this is parcel B, remain unbuildable. And two, the purchaser assumes all liability and responsibility to remove all contaminants as directed by DEP and other environmental laws. So, thank you.
Thank you. So that's the amendment we're voting on, the addition of that language after paragraph 2. Is that correct? Madam City Clerk?
Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Councilor Dibble?
No.
Councilor Dominguez?
No.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Posnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. The matter of the amendment to the additional language, we have 11 members voting, 9 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. The amendment is added. I will take up the matter of declaring this parcel surplus. Anyone else, one last time? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, if you call the roll, please.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Councilor Posnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
Yes.
And Councilor McCarthy?
Yes. Madam City Clerk, was that 11 to 10
Yes.
to 11 to
Yes.
On the matter of declaring parcel B surplus as shown on Plan Land 16, 18, 20, 20R, rear Franklin Street, dated June 5th, 2020. We have 11 members voted, 11 in the affirmative, none in the matter carries. Parcel is declared surplus. Madam City Clerk, late file, 11.1.
Yep. We have an order that the sum of $80,000 is hereby appropriated and transferred from capital outlay fund to the short-term CIP common fence restoration project account for the restoration of the Salem common fence.
Council Torrio.
Can you? Yep. You muted.
Muted myself again. I move for suspension of the rules to allow the matter to be coming before council due to the late file.
Is this where is a late file? Is it
Yes.
No, it has to go straight to A&F.
Okay, committee, just want to make sure nobody objects to the late file.
Yeah.
Unless no one objects to the late file. I don't know how time is Council Madore, is this where in your ward is the common fence? Is this something that's time sensitive? I know that there's been a lot of work being done on the common fence.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do feel that the work should be continued, given that there is a significant amount that's been done recently, and knowing that it took several bids to go out before we were able to find a contractor. No pun intended, want to strike while the iron is hot and get this money out so that we could get more of these restoration work funded. And just in the interest of continuity, would like to see this move forward as quickly as possible.
I'll say as a late file, I can't do the appropriation. I can't move to adopt the appropriation. I can only move to take it in and then refer it straight to A&F co-posted, which I will do. And then at that point, if there's anything we're going to have to do a special meeting for, I'll put an A&F, make sure that we do an A&F meeting before that to get it through for you. Hopefully that will work, and it's the fastest we can do so. It would have to go into a special meeting to go between now and September, and I'm fine with doing that.
Council Torrio moves that this matter be referred to the Committee on Administration and Finance, co-posted committee of the whole. Mayor's informational page, none. Motions, orders, and resolutions. Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're on page 13, is that correct?
That is correct.
City of Salem, in City Council, July 9th, 2020. An ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic, Chapter 42, Section 75, parking prohibited tow zone, resident sticker, be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Salem as follows. Section 1, Section 75, Article VA, be amended by repealing the following. Lafayette Street, parking prohibitions, towing zones, resident sticker, Zone B, color red, westerly side, starting at a point of 20 feet north of Raymond Ave, continuing in northerly direction for 410 feet to the southeast property line of number 410 Lafayette Street, resident sticker, parking only, tow zone, Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. And replace it with Lafayette Street, parking prohibitions, towing zones, resident sticker, Zone B, color red, westerly side, starting at the same point, at point of 20 feet north of Raymond Avenue and continuing in a northerly direction for 540 feet. Resident sticker, parking only, tow zone, Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Section 2, that this ordinance shall take effect as provided by charter, and I move for adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
Under discussion, Council Dibble.
Yeah, very briefly, this is a resident-only parking area that we passed my first year as a councilor to help the neighbors on both sides of Lafayette Street to have a place to park their vehicles and their guest vehicles. Typical resident-only parking. This one is a little tricky because the university had recently purchased a property the month before the first house on Lafayette Street after you go past North Campus on the right side. That house has since we created this resident-only zone, that house has since been sold and it's no longer owned by the university, and it's a private family that lives there now. And they are petitioning to be allowed to park in front of their own home with a resident-only pass. So this simply adds that one house into the existing residential only zone.
Further discussion? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Counselor Hapworth,
Yes.
Counselor Madore,
Yes.
Counselor Marcillo,
Yes.
Counselor Prosnowski,
Yes?
Counselor Riccardi,
Yes.
Counselor Sargent,
Yes.
Counselor Torium,
Yes.
and Counselor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic, section 75 parking period code zones resident sticker, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. Further motions, orders, and resolutions, Councilor Terrell.
The Ward 7 counselor has something he wants to add.
Sorry, Councilor Dibble, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the Ward 5 Councilor for recognizing me. I would just like to publicly apologize to the new residents of our neighborhood in the city of Salem on Lafayette Street. They made this request over 5 months ago, and I don't know why it took so long for the Traffic and Parking Board to act on this, but it was a significant delay along the way. So I'd just like to publicly apologize to that family. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further motions, orders, and resolutions, Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, City Council, year 2020, an ordinance amending Norris Road Traffic, Chapter 42, be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Salem as follows. Section 1, Section 10 of Article 1 be amended by adding the following. Dodge Street Court, one-way streets between New Derby Street and Dodge Street in a southerly direction. Section 2, Section 49 of Article 4 be amended by adding the following. Dodge Street Court, obedience to isolated stop signs, southbound traffic on Dodge Street Court at Dodge Street Court, obedience to isolated stop signs, northbound traffic on Dodge Street Court at Dodge Street. Section 3, Section 51 of Article 5 be amended by adding the following. Dodge Street, parking prohibited on certain streets, northerly side between Washington Street and Dodge Street Court. Section 4, Section 56 of Article 5 be amended by repealing the following. Dodge Street parking meter zones established northerly side between the intersection of Dodge Street Court and the intersection of the parking lot. On the east side of Washington Street, 4-hour parking. Dodge Street parking meter zones established westbound on the northerly side and extending 70 feet from Riley Plaza east. Metered zone established 4-hour limit adds 3 metered spaces on Dodge Street. Section 5. Section 56 of Article 5 be amended by adding the following. Washington Street parking meter zones established easterly side beginning at Dodge Street in a southerly direction to the intersection with Canal Street and Mill Street, 4-hour parking. Dodge Street parking meter zones established southerly side between Washington Street and Dodge Street Court, 4-hour parking. Section 6, Section 57C of Article 5 be amended by repealing the following. Dodge Street parking time limited monthly zone, southerly side from Riley Plaza east to a point 60 feet east of the intersection with Dodge Street Court. And Section 7, this ordinance shall take effect as provided by city charter. And I move for adoption for first passage by roll call vote.
Councilor Terrell moves for adoption for first passage by roll call vote. On a discussion, Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just to be as brief as possible. This is reconfiguration of the streets and the parking for the construction that has been taking place there for the last couple of years, building the new hotel and apartments and shops that are going to be on that block. And this is to remove the old designations from that street and replace them with the way things have been designed, approved, and built. So we'll be moving where some of the meter spaces are. We'll be moving where the zone res parking is and changing the pattern in there. This is something that the Traffic and Parking Commission worked on getting the language right and worked with Lieutenant Tucker to come up with everything. So anyhow, this is to take as they prepare to open that new complex in the next few months to make sure we have our on-street parking by it properly and everything else. And the following one is to set the meter rates.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Councilor Prosnowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand a lot of the changes that are being made over here is due because of the construction project for the new hotel and some of the other businesses that are now on Dodge Street and Dodge Street Court. The one thing that I have trouble agreeing with is changing Dodge Street Court from a two-way street to a one-way street. You know, we all know that Salem has its traffic woes, and trying to keep traffic moving in Salem is a challenge. Anybody that comes down Lafayette Street in a northerly direction, that encounters the lights of the new fire station knows that they can get some relief by taking a left on Dodge Street and then a right on Dodge Street Court in order to avoid that intersection. We're going to be taking that opportunity away, which means that we're going to be clogging up that lower end of Lafayette Street, which is going to be backing it back up to Harbor Street. And I just don't understand the reasoning why we have to make that a one-way street. So I'm for this ordinance, except for the fact that we are now creating more of a bottleneck in that area than we already have before. Another point is that people coming down New Derby Street, heading towards Lafayette Street, with this new proposal, they can take the one-way, or they can take a right on Red and still access Lafayette Street. Whereas people coming down Lafayette Street towards the fire station won't have that opportunity. You can't take a left on Red, and then you won't be able to take a left on Dodge Street Court. So you're going to be stuck at that light, and again, it's going to be causing a bottleneck. So I'm just not comfortable with making it a one-way street. Thank you.
Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm in total agreement with Councilor Prosnowski on that. That's the one concern I had, because in essence, that'll create a super block where right now, if you go down New Derby Street, take a right on Lafayette and a right down Dodge, you can come and take a right down Dodge Street Court and come back out to New Derby. With this one way, you'll be forced, when you get on Dodge Street, to go all the way down to Riley Plaza. First, have to cut through the parking lot by Starbucks, then come out and deal with the Riley Plaza traffic, and maybe make that even more of a bottleneck there. So if you're looking to look around for a parking space, you're forced to go around that large block between New Derby Street, Lafayette, Dodge Street, and then all the way back down to Riley Plaza again. And I think that's a little bit much. I think people should be able to make their way in both directions along that street. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wondered through you to Councilor Turiel, I wonder if there's if I heard it, a rationale for adding that one way on Dodge Street Court. I'm just trying to understand the reasoning behind the ask.
So Dodge Street Court, Councilor, Dodge Street Court is right now is just designed to be a service road with parking. It has parking for the Walgreens that's still at that location. At that side, it has parking that it's really just an access road. The planning board approval of the design when they did so created as Dodge Street itself goes through from the parking lot and was reconfigured to do so, it now goes straight in from the parking lot at the end of the sidewalk that's been rebuilt there, and it goes in what is, even after the construction material is gone, a fairly narrow lane. So that's the design pretty much that they've put in place, that's physically in place at this point. The other thing to it is what they're trying to do with this, and that's, again, it came out of traffic and parking unanimously, so I'm not going to go too far to question them on this one, but their objective in trying to set this up was to maximize the safe flow around this project and to restore and to set up the ordinances now to, I think they thought things would be different by now, but to set up the ordinance in such a fashion as to deal with the reality of what the city approved to be built. I think that's the best way to put it, really. We have all their minutes on this and notes in our packet, so.
Right.
You're,
I'm good. I'm all set. Thank you.
Council Flynn and Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. My questions and my concerns about this were already discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to agree with all the comments, but Councilor Prosnowski have a good point. And I only have to add that we had the fire station right in the corner, and we are very close to a neighborhood that is very dense. So the traffic difficulties that was pointed out, I think that need to be taken into consideration. So But my suggestion is to go back maybe to the traffic enforcement, Mr. Tucker, and see if there is a plan B, something that can alleviate that situation. Understanding that, the project needs to have some type of access to get in, but I think that by converting that Dutch Street into one way, the circumstance is going to create more issue than what we think about it, because it's going to be difficult for so many other residents on Salem, and also the safety aspect to me is very important. I think that we need to clear, especially the fire department, the way so they can be able to function the best way they can in any case, on any event we have any emergency. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Councilor Riccardi, then Councilor Masillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to comment that I honestly didn't even realize Dodge Street Court was a street. When I first read this, I thought it was Dodge Street, which is the street that is temporarily one way right now. I just Google mapped it, and I honestly always thought Dodge Street Court, I thought I was just crossing through the Walgreens parking lot every time I went up there. That is just not, I wouldn't even consider that a street, so I'm surprised that that is even street on the map. So I don't think it's safe as is, but my comment is that I see that the planning board made this decision in 2014, and I might have my dates incorrect, but I don't know if we had the Traffic and Parking Commission back then for them to make a review as to whether or not this would be a wise move. I mean, it doesn't seem too crazy to me because, like I said, I didn't even realize it was a street. I thought I was going through an unsafe parking lot, but I don't think it would hurt for it to go to the review, and hopefully they're meeting over the summer if it does. Thank you.
Councilor Torrio, be on your award.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So the Traffic and Parking Commission had not yet been created in 2014. I believe we created that in 2016. The project was approved in 2014 along with our conveyance of some of the property that they're building on right now, which had been parking lot. It was several years before construction began because of utility issues and then financing. And then they did some modification to the project that they went back to the planning board for, and that was after we had a Traffic and Parking Commission in play. And you're correct, the street that is being changed here to Southerly is what is basically the street that goes by the Walgreens parking lot right now, where it's not really two cars wide in each direction and never has been. So they're changing that in order to feed traffic from New Derby Street into the complex. Dodge Street itself will be returning to two-way, which right now the Dodge Street from Dodge Street Court to Washington Street is one-way because of the construction. So it's going to be two-way, although there's not going to be a lot of room left over after you do that, but it will be two-way. The remainder of Dodge Street will remain two-way, and then Dodge Street Court from Dodge Street to the end of the property is two-way because that's the access road to the garage parking for the complex. So again, that's the rationale behind this change, is to try and make sure that this is safe with the traffic that's going to be coming through there, because there will be some increase at some times of the traffic coming in there because the people who are living in there will have parking and the visitors of the hotel will have parking. So, and then we're also reestablishing public parking around that with the new configuration as part of this.
Councilor Marcillo, then Councilor Rosnowski.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to back up what Councilor Riccardi said. I've lived here for, I think, 32 years. Never knew that was a real road, and in all of my walking around downtown, I have inwardly cursed the cars that traverse that road as if it's a road. It's very narrow and it's very unsafe. In both directions, the openings to that road, it's very unsafe. And I think that trying to save that as a two-way street in Salem is, it's questionable in my mind. It's very narrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Poroznowski.
I'll back up by showing my age, going back to when Walgreens was First National supermarket, which was probably one of the biggest in Salem at that time.
and there was a gigantic parking lot behind it, which now the hotel is being built on. And traffic going back and forth over there was much more than it would be with the hotel and its guests over there. Dodge Street Court, I think we're giving up something for the convenience of the businesses and a huge disconvenience for the motorists. I don't believe that is there any data on accidents or congestion or any issues with that. It's work now. If it's not broken, don't fix it. There are a lot of streets in Salem that are a lot more narrower than Dodge Street Court, and they're two-way. If we were to do all the streets with that mantra, we might as well just block off a lot of traffic in Salem. If anything should be done, if you want to make it one way, it's make it one way the other way, so that people coming down Lafayette Street can take a left on Dodge Street and take a right on Dodge Street Court, and alleviate the traffic on Lafayette Street. But like I say, it's worked in the past. There's been no accidents. There's been no issues. It was a lot busier years ago without any issues. So weighing the pros and cons, I just don't think it's worth the effort. Thank you.
Councilor Sargent and Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, I don't think that street is any busier than if you come out of there and cross New Derby Street and go over to, I believe it's Clop Alley, to head into the parking lot that goes down along the marketplace and takes a right in behind the main fire station. And I believe, as I do, many people use that as a two-way road as much as they do a parking lot to get from Derby Street and cut through that parking lot and head up Charter Street and vice versa to avoid the light at Lafayette Street. So I've seen way more near misses in that parking lot than I've ever seen along the Dodge Street Court. So I just would like to see this separated, and we vote on either vote on Section 1 separately or send Section 1 back to the Parking and Traffic Commission, whatever. But I don't see that there's been a lot of accidents there. Cars moving back and forth, in some cases slow each other down. As a one-way, it might become a road that people fly through a little bit faster because there's no chance of a car coming the other way. So the two-way street may make it actually a traffic calming measure. So I'd like to see it remain the way it is, please. Thank you.
Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I haven't spoken on this yet tonight, but I'd have to agree with the three at-large councils that just spoke on this, Councilor Sargent, Councilor Dominguez, and Councilor Krasniewski. It's not broken, so why are we trying to fix it is the way I would look at it. I'll throw a curveball at the Ward 6 councilor. There's Dodge Street, which we all know where it is, and now we're confirmed that Dodge Street Court is the parking lot area next to the drugstore. But there's also Dodge Street Court Way, which is further south on the other side of Dodge Street itself. So there's three Dodge Streets there: Dodge Street Court Way, and Dodge Street itself. Very familiar with the property. I've looked at it for a lot of different reasons over the years, back when I was in the planning department. I strongly recommend that the parking lot area of Dodge Street Court be left as two-way, as Councilor Krasniewski first indicated. I had not caught this on this list, so I'd like to move that the entire matter be remanded back to the Traffic and Parking Board for comment and consideration, because what we do on this might affect something else on this long list. So I simply like to move that it be remanded back for their consideration to keep that section a two-way, and for a further comment and rationale from that board on why, if it must be one way or in a certain direction, I'd like to hear what the rationale is. Otherwise, I'd like to see it stay two ways. Thank you, Mr. President.
Councilor Madore. Sorry, I missed you, Councilor. Councilor Madore.
Councilor Dibble made a motion. I didn't know if there was...
There wasn't a second, so you can go first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Given the concerns we've heard so far, specific to Dodge Street Court, and while I really enjoy these look backs on the old days and these history stories, I would move to split the question and take out Section 1 and return that to the Traffic and Parking Commission for further recommendation, and move on the rest of the order.
Being the Ward 5 councilor's order, and it's his ward, I'll yield to Council Turley. You have two motions that haven't been seconded by anyone yet. Any desire? Would you want to separate the question, or do you want to see what the will is? Or do you...
I would like to see what the will is. I will say I have never in 8.5 years, I have not contradicted a recommendation from the traffic lieutenant, and I don't plan to start now. So, you know, when it comes from them, I assume that if it comes signed by the lieutenant, I assume that it has been vetted and checked for safety and reviewed appropriately. So, and they know a lot more about it than I do. So what the will of the body is on this, we will see what that is, but I would proceed with the whole thing. That would be my preference.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor by Council Madore to divide the question. Is there a second? Seconded by Council Hapworth. Specifically, Council, you want to divide the question. Which section do you want to move out? Specifically, section 1?
Section 1 only. Thank you.
So the motion is to divide the move out section 1. And then we'll take up Councilor Dibble's motion after. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please? A yes vote would be to remove section 1. No vote would be to keep the order as it is.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
Yes.
Councilor Madore?
Yes.
Councilor Marcillo?
Yes.
Yes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Councilor Kwasniewski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
Yes.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
No.
And Councilor McCarthy?
No. The matter of dividing the question, we have 11 members voting, 9 in the affirmative, 2 in the negative. The question is now divided. So section 1, specific to Dodge Street Court, one-way streets, has been removed. Now up is Councilor Tribble has a motion on the floor to send the whole matter back to the... Do you want to amend that now that we've divided the question, Councilor, or do you want to still keep... No one's seconded your original motion yet.
That's right. No, thank you, Mr. President. Nobody seconded my motion to send the whole thing back to the Traffic and Parking Board, because I was a little bit concerned, not just for this two-way street at Dodge Street Court, the parking lot area, if you would, but I'm just going through the entire list to see if any of our other actions here tonight would affect that. We have stop signs, we have other things happening here, meter zones, etc. So I'm actually, the Ward 5 Council seems to have a very good handle on this. So I'd like to simply ask him through you, Mr. President, if there's anything else on this list that is contingent upon that section of the street being one way.
No, there should not be, based on what is written there. Pretty much other than changing that direction on the street, everything is just intended to redesign things to reflect the reality of the construction, which we did not do when the project was approved.
So I guess my question should have been keeping it a two-way. Does anything affect the safety of the pedestrians or the vehicles in keeping it two-way with what we're doing here with the rest of the...
Nothing else there affects that. You're designating parking zones and what they will be.
Well, there's also stop signs and other things in here.
Yeah, that's how you have stop signs at the corners.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
So you want me to look for a second on your motion, or you withdrawing your motion? You just want to now vote on the order?
My motion never received a second, so it's dead.
Okay, fair enough. I was just giving you that option if you wanted to reiterate it. Thank you. Councilor Hapworth.
I make a motion to send section 1 that we just divided out back to committee.
And can you also double up on that, so we're going to have to take one roll call vote and then take a roll call vote to approve the order as split?
And to approve the order as split.
So Councilor Hapworth's motion is to approve the order as split and send the section 1 back to the Parking and Traffic Commission for their rationale with regards to why they initially intended to make it one way. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Any further discussion on this? Council Sergeant.
I believe, thank you, Mr. President. I believe if we approve it as split, we're approving both sections. We have to send section 1 back and approve section 2 through 7.
That's what we just did. The motion on the floor is to approve sections 2 through 7 and send section 1 back to the Parking and Traffic Commission.
All right, that sounds good that way. Thank you.
Okay? Everyone else in agreement? Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcello?
Yes.
Council Prosnewski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sergeant?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of sending section 1 back to the Parking and Traffic Commission, the rest of it for adoption by vote, we have 11 members voting, 11 in affirmative, and none in the negative. The matter is set. Further motions, orders, and resolutions. Council Turtle.
Me again. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem City Council, July 9, 2020, ordered that the parking rates for the locations identified below shall be $1 per hour. Washington Street, easterly side, beginning at Dodge Street in the southerly direction to the intersection with Canal Street and Mill Street, 4-hour parking. Dodge Street, southerly side between Washington Street and Dodge Street Court, 4-hour parking. And that the parking rates for the locations identified below be $1 per hour, yes. And I move for adoption by roll call vote.
Council Torrio moves for adoption by roll call vote. Under discussion, Council Torrio.
This is to put meters on the new, in the new locations on the sides of Washington Street where there have been spaces that were built but have been covered by fencing, and same with by the hotel itself. There's parking spaces that were built there for meters and are covered by, right now covered by fencing, and this is just to designate them and set the rates to be the same as the rest of the area.
Thank you. Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got a couple of questions regarding this matter because as I see, we raise the parking meter for $1 on one side. What's going to happen to the other side? We're just actually creating a issue right there because people don't want to park on $1. They're going to find nearby where they can park easily, and the surrounding neighborhood is going to be affected by it. So I wanted to know, are the same fee across the board, or we're going to have just one side with $1 and the other one with 25 cents, and that's going to, I mean, I wanted to have...
Councilor, the other side doesn't have parking. The Washington Street where that's designated is the other side of Riley Plaza, and we have 4 meter spaces in there, and then the other, the Dodge Street spaces are spaces that were built, and the other side of that is the wall of Walgreens.
I understand, but my question is how much is the parking on the other meters that are existing right now?
There isn't any.
My concern is that if we had one parking space costing more, what's going to happen? They're going to park a block away where it's cheaper, and that neighborhood is going to be affected by it because they're going to stay over there for long when they have one parking space for $1, and then
that's the Councilor. That's the meter rate for that whole area around it. For all the meters around that are around it, that's the same rate. So that's why it was set that way.
Any further discussion? Everyone all set? Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcello?
Yes.
Council Prosnewski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sergeant?
Yes.
Counselor Toro,
Yes.
and Counselor McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of setting the parking rates for the locations identified below on Washington Street and Dodge Street, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Other motions, orders, and resolutions. Councilor Hapworth.
Order that the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole, meet to discuss the findings and recommendations of the Race Equity Task Force, along with the Public Safety and Policing in Salem. And I move to set a date of September 8th.
What date?
Process. I'm just picking 2 days before our next meeting, September 8th.
Councilor Hapworth, do we know, I know that the Equity Task Force is going to start meeting next week or the week after. Do we know when they're going to be done? Are they going to have any recommendations, or are we just picking a date?
I assume we're picking a date right now. I don't know what.
No, if you refer to committee, then once they have some information, then they can set it up with the committee chair to set a meeting. I mean, we set a date right now. We could set a date that they're not ready for.
Yeah. So I guess I would refer it to the Committee on Ordinances, Licenses, and Legal Affairs.
Yep. Co-posted with the Committee of the Whole.
Co-posted.
Councilor Hapworth moves that this matter, the matter of the Race Equity Task Force and their public safety and policing and Salem initiatives, once they are finished, that they come in front of the Committee on License, Order, Legal Affairs, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole. Councilor Hapworth moves for adoption of that order. Any further discussion?
Just, I think we have, as a society, we have a lot of work to do on racial equity, and I think that, I think as a city council, our role is to listen, potentially more than to debate at this point. And I just want to set up, I guess, a forum to allow the public to participate and to allow the city council to start a cadence of listening and understanding what the issues and the findings were.
Fair enough, Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think this is a great idea, and I would like to thank fellow Councilor Hapworth for submitting this order. I would just like to point out, I don't think we'll have findings or resolutions, or I think it's going to be an ongoing conversation, but we shouldn't hold up until we have our, actual final findings. I think this should be an ongoing conversation, and I think it's a great idea to meet. And as one of the members representing the council on the task force, I'm very excited to get these conversations started, to work with my fellow councilors, to work with those members in our community, and then to continue conversations with the council here as well. So I just wanted to say thank you for bringing this, and let's not hold it up for a final finding before we meet to discuss.
Thank you, Councilor Madore, then Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to commend the at-large council for bringing this in, and to reiterate what my colleagues have said. Well, first, the scheduling of a committee meeting is at the discretion of the chair, so that needs to be coordinated after it's been referred to committee. And secondly, I think that the work is ongoing, and I would imagine it would go on for years before there's a real direction of policy changes that would come out of the discussions of this task force. So with that in mind, I don't feel that there's a reasonable time frame for a committee to hold a meeting without real intent. If it's intended for an open listening session, I think the chair would have to determine that. And if that happens in this year, then I will entertain those ideas. But I think just inviting the task force to discuss findings, I think that has quite a ways to go. So I'm happy to connect with the at-large counselor on his intent on this, and what other stakeholders we should invite to the conversation.
Thank you. Well said, the hand up. Councilor Riccardi, then Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Dominguez had his hand up.
If I may.
Yeah, it was Councilor Dominguez. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm happy also to say that I'm one of the members that will choose to be on the task force. And I feel that it's a well-intended group that is being formed. However, I feel that we hear from the public someone that was complaining that was let out of the equation. And I think that when that happens, automatically the purpose of the task force is not fulfilled completely. I always say that it's everything that we do is 50 and 50. Everybody had to be in the picture. I don't know if this is the platform for me to say this, but the founding that we asking to, with the good intention that the group councilor at large is bringing this order, will not be fulfilled. We don't have everybody at the table. I recommend whoever made this task force that reach out to those groups that are left behind. If that doesn't happen, I don't feel comfortable to be in the table because it doesn't really represent who we are in Salem. And I think this is the great time to address this. We're talking about justice. We're talking about equal. And when we left anybody behind, that doesn't really mean that we are really wanting that to happen. So my recommendation is that before we bring anybody to any finding, that we really make sure that we had a complete integration of who we are in Salem. If we don't have that, doesn't mean to me. And I can say a big time, I'm happy to be part because I think this is well overdue. We need to have the conversation openly where we all have everything on the table. One of the things on the table that we need to say is that everybody had the same opportunity to be in the table. Don't let any group out, reach out to that group, and let's have the conversation straightforward. So I jail for now, but I want to make sure that that's be completely. And I once again repeat myself, I really command the good councilor at large for this. But if that doesn't happen, we don't want to have any result whatsoever. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Riccardi, then Councilor Haworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I forgot what I was going to say, so I will pass. Thank you.
Councilor Haworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to clarify, I think that my thought process behind bringing this in is that the community is asking questions about racial equity and about public safety and looking for some sort of a forum to discuss those. I think from my perspective, I think it would be great to see the work of the Racial Equity Task Force. I know that work won't be complete in 2 months or in 3 months or whenever that is. But I think an ongoing conversation rather than just, 12 months from now, we hear these findings and the community conversation has potentially stopped, at least at our level. I think having that as an ongoing conversation that we think about over these and we've got 11 months till the next budget cycle, behind all of these issues that we see are policies. And I think that as a council, it's our job to be listening and understanding what is being said and what kind of findings are potentially coming out or what talk is happening. So that's my, I'm not trying to step on any committee chair's toes. I think that just getting that into committee so that we can have a public place that we can discuss these issues is my intention here. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none on Council Haworth's motion for adoption that this matter be referred to Committee on Ordinance, License, Legal Affairs, co-posted with the Committee of the Whole to meet and discuss the findings and recommendations of the Race Equity Task Force along with public safety and policing in Salem. All those in favor? All those opposed? The record reflects that the vote was 11-0. Further motions, orders, and resolutions. Councilman Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem, July 9th, 2020, an ordinance to amend an ordinance relative to traffic, Chapter 42, Section 50B, be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Salem as follows. Section 1, amending Chapter 42, Section B, handicap zones limited time is hereby amended by adding the following: Washington Square East in front of number 96, starting at a point 42 feet east of Andrew Street, running southeast for 20 feet, handicap parking only, tow zone. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect as provided by city charter, and I move for adoption. Actually, I move for first adoption, for first passage by roll call vote. Is that correct, Eileen? Okay.
Yep, that is correct. Council Madore moves for adoption for first passage by roll call vote. On discussion, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is for a resident in the Salem Common neighborhood who was recently disabled due to a health issue. So we wanted to add a handicap accessible parking space in front of his house to help him out.
Anyone else? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcello,
Yes.
Council Krasnowski,
Yes?
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sergeant,
Yes.
Council Torio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of amending the ordinance relative to traffic, section 42, section 50B, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Is there any other motions or orders or resolutions? Someone wants to-
One on page 17, the heading somehow disappeared.
Ah. Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the year 2020, City of Salem ordered that the Committee on Public Health, Safety, and the Environment co-post it with the Committee of the Whole, meet to review the draft of the Salem Green Building Ordinance below.
Someone please make a motion. I didn't hear it. What was the motion?
Move to dispense with the reading.
Council Happer moves to dispense with the reading of the order. Thank you. Then we go to page 32.
Thank you.
If you guys hadn't waived the motion to waive the reading, I was going to go get some lunch across the street and then come back.
No objection.
Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you. I move for adoption.
Councilor Riccardi moves for adoption. Under discussion. Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. As noted, this is a draft of a green building ordinance. The background to this was the CERT committee, the Sustainability, Energy, and Resiliency Committee, have been working on drafting this ordinance for the past year or so. So I'd like to thank them for their efforts in collecting information and getting a good, really strong green building ordinance in front of us. We talk a lot about the development that is going on in the city and the new buildings that are being built. And I think it is important that we need to include in those conversations the energy efficiency of those buildings. And we need to make sure that our standards for those buildings meet a minimum level. We don't even have that currently, and we are a green city. I'd like to think that we see climate change literally at our doorsteps, at the end of our roads, every time a storm rolls through. So I think this is a good start and a good draft to continue or to start those conversations in the Public Health, Safety, and Environment Committee. So, thank you.
Any further discussion? Councilor Madore, then Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I look forward to the discussion on this and commend the Ward 6 Councilor for bringing it in. I just had a preliminary question. Does this only, through you, Mr. President, to the Ward 6 Councilor, does this only apply to buildings or its entire property?
Do you mean municipal buildings, or what other types of property do you mean? I think this was structured for actual physical buildings. Yeah.
Thank you.
Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I look forward to chairing this meeting with the Committee on Public Health, Safety, and Environment. I encourage all city councilors to come to this. This is an important matter, and I really like to thank the CERC committee for bringing this forward. And I'm looking forward to diving into this. I have not fully read this document. It is some, I don't know, 16 pages, 17 pages long or so. But it's absolutely must need it. We have some buildings that are very good, but they're not nearly green enough now, including our most recent building, the senior center, the community life center. We could have done a much better job on that, having solar panels, having a lot of certain types of lights, on and on. So this large document as an ordinance is right up our alley as a city council, because we've already voted to do exactly things just like this through different resolutions that we have passed. But those resolutions, as Mr. Cohen, as Jeff Cohen stated earlier in public testimony, those resolutions have no teeth. This document will have teeth. So I encourage us all to come to that committee meeting and look for good things coming out of it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Councilor Riccardi's motion that this matter be referred, this draft be referred to the Committee on Public Health, Safety, and the Environment, co-posted to the Committee of the Whole. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Council Dibble?
Absolutely, yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hackworth?
Yes.
Fedor?
Yes.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Krasnowski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yeah, the matter of, this matter being referred to the Committee on Public Health, Safety, and the Environment, co-posted to the whole, 11 members voting, 11 affirmative, none negative. Is there anyone else who has a motion, order, or resolution at this time? Seeing none. Committee reports. Council Torrio.
Let me get this up in front of me. 1 second. City of Salem City Council, July 9th, 2020. The Committee Administration Finance co-posted Committee of the Whole, to whom was referred the matter of fiscal year 2021 PEG Access Enterprise Fund in the amount of $691,250, has considered said matter and would recommend adoption by roll call vote.
On acceptance of report, all those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect those 11 hands. Recommendation under discussion, Councilor Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a short meeting last Thursday to discuss this. This is a change in accounting procedures from Comcast. Previously, they had transferred money directly to Salem Access TV. Now they pass it through the city in general fund. That's a change in federal regulations that required this. There were a few questions for Pat Kennedy, who happened to be in the call at the time with us, to ask about some of the initiatives that were going on over at the station and some of the work that they're doing. He did share with us that they, just before the pandemic shut things down, they had completed the work necessary to enable live broadcasts from several of the other city facilities. So when we do someday return to normal, that's something that we'll be able to look forward to, holding meetings and holding events at other facilities and have them broadcast live. So anyhow, so this is the money that comes, basically the money comes in from Comcast each year, and it now goes to an enterprise fund rather than just directly to them.
Thank you, Councilor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hackworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Krasnowski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
On the matter The PEG Access Enterprise Fund, the amount of $691,250. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Council Turiel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for immediate reconsideration in hopes it does not prevail.
Council Turiel moves for immediate reconsideration in hopes it does not prevail. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Council Dibble?
No.
Council Dominguez?
No.
Council Flynn?
No.
Council Hapworth?
No.
Council Madore? No. Council Marcillo?
No.
Council Kwasniewski?
No.
Council Riccardi?
No.
Council Sargent?
No.
Council Turiel?
Nope.
And Council McCarthy?
No. On the matter of reconsideration, we have none in the affirmative, 11 in the negative. The matter is not carried. Other committee reports. Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. City of Salem City Council, July 9, 2020. The Committee on Ordinances, Licensed Legal Affairs, composed of a committee of the whole, to whom was referred the matter of the inclusionary zoning ordinance, has considered said matter and would recommend first passage, adoption by first, getting tired. Adoption for first passage by roll call vote. As amended.
As amended. On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? All those opposed, let the record reflect it is 11 and 0. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion, Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a really productive meeting last night in committee, and there was a good negotiation going back and forth on compromising on the numbers to get to a place where my colleagues are comfortable approving this ordinance. So when the ordinance came into committee, it was the at-large councilor's amendment that had increased the affordability component from 10% to 15% for households making 60% of AMI when the project takes advantage of the density bonus. So our planning staff went back to MAPC to look into whether these numbers would work and make these development projects still pencil out and financially viable. After further discussion, I'll keep this very short. Feel free to read the minutes later on, and to keep it short, in the end, we had further amended the ordinance to strike that in its entirety, that amendment in its entirety, and replace it with an increase of the affordability component from 10% to 12%, and remove the fractional payments and keep it at affordable to households making 60% of AMI, and keeping the density bonus at 25%. However, there are additional concerns regarding the density bonus that Councilor from Ward 7 would like to look further into, and appreciate the flexibility from everyone and willingness to compromise to make this ordinance work, so that we can expand housing opportunities for folks like at the start of the meeting where we had Ms. Freiberg talk about how she is currently living in a motel. So I just really want to commend the work that the committee and other members who attended last night. It was a great discussion, and I hope that we can continue to make progress on this. And the intent is to adopt for first passage and look into how the numbers may work out in regards to lowering the density bonus, and perhaps move on to second passage. And I believe Tom Daniel, our planning director, had reached out to our city solicitor to confirm that this would be within the four corners of zoning, and specific to the changes in the percentages for these 4 different variables. So the fractional payment, the affordability component, AMI, and density bonus. So we could make those changes between first and second passage.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd also like to agree with the Ward 2 councilor. I think that last night's meeting, there was a palpable sense of compromise, I think, from all members of the committee and all councilors that were joining the committee as a whole. I think that looking at the supermajority exists to not to allow things to just die. It exists to promote compromise. And I think that's where we were at last night. I hope today, I know we don't have all the information we need, but I hope we can get first passage today and then potentially schedule a special meeting down the line. But I want to thank everybody who was at the meeting last night because I thought it was a big step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dominguez, then Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to agree that last night we had a great, very productive meeting where I see the intention of everyone to compromise and be able to reach out across and, sacrifice some of the, maybe some of the thought that everybody has. And I think that's basically what makes the body stronger when we can work that way. However, I mentioned clearly, and I want to hear from Councilor Dibble, he got the finding that he requests from the planning department that I make very clear, and many of us made very clear that those findings will make the difference between how we're going to vote tonight on regard to inclusionary zoning. So I want to hear from Councilor Dibble, who eventually offered to talk to the planning department, Tom Daniel, and give us some result to see how it's come out, because I think there is a point there, like the good Councilor Ward 2 mentioned, that was a lot of concern. The density bonus is concerning, and we need to make sure that we address it clearly and move forward on something that we all agree that is good, but has something that needs to be adjusted. So that's my final note. The President wanted to allow Mr. Dibble right now to speak about his finding. Thank you.
Councilor Dibble, then Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to the at-large councilor for asking me to give an update. I'd like to agree with Councilor Hapworth just now on his comments on the supermajority and go a little bit further. The supermajority was created years ago so that with each administration or each mayor that came in or each city council came in, that we wouldn't be arbitrarily or just changing zoning frequently. And then the next mayor or the next city council comes in and then we might change it back again, back and forth. So if something is so good for the city of Salem, it should survive a supermajority, whether it be a zoning change or anything else that requires a supermajority. So that being said, I'm sorry?
State statute dictates a supermajority.
That's correct. I'm just stating that supermajority is actually a good thing when it comes to zoning changes, because if it's potentially bad for the city, or basically if it's a good thing, it should be 11-0 or something close to that. But if there are councilors that have questions about it, then perhaps the simple majority is not good enough. That being said, last night after the meeting was very good last night, so I'd like to thank the Ward 2 councilor for chairing a good meeting. We had discussions of compromise, and I wish there was more compromise that had happened last night. It was the same way 2 weeks ago when we met the last time in committee on the same ordinance. I reviewed quite a bit last night, and last night the city planner was kind enough to email me. I'm not sure who else he might have sent it to all city councils, I'm not sure. But I replied back to him. I didn't see it until about 6:30 this morning, but at 6 this morning I started reviewing the city of Boston and other areas on AMI. And I'm shocked at the city of Boston and what they do. And I just want to share, they look I don't have the numbers here in front of me, but they look at some staggering numbers of 80% AMI, 100%, 120, and 135% AMI. I don't know how they're making anything affordable down there, because 135% of AMI that's crazy. We're in Salem, we're trying to go the opposite way and make it truly affordable. So I don't know, maybe the city of Boston's pricing themselves out. I'm not sure. I don't know enough about this. I'm not an expert at this. I think the Ward 2 councilor knows more about it than I do. But 135% AMI in the city of Boston, that's just seems kind of crazy. Anyway, that being said, the city planner and I have discussed, had several discussions all day today, the last one being probably about 5 o'clock this afternoon or so. And starting early this morning with emails, and then back and forth at lunchtime. We had talked about several alternate things that were closer to proposal number 8, which had, bear with me, proposal number 8 on their list, the city planning department recommendations. Proposal number 8 was 8% of the units being at 60% AMI with a 0%, with basically no bonus on the density. So the developers would not be able to increase the number of units, and the developer would have to stay with current City of Salem zoning, which is not a bad thing. My feeling is that on a lot of parcels right now, they are being overdeveloped and too crowded, as is the whole City of Salem being overdeveloped and becoming too crowded. So we need to, rather than give density bonus to allow developers to build even more at 25%, it's kind of crazy. So if the project is a few hundred, then there's going to be almost another 100 of units, not affordable units, but of luxury apartments, most likely. So with that, I'd like to make a motion. And I had support for this motion from other city councilors who were not part of the committee, the 5-member committee. The motion was defeated in committee 3-2. But Mr. President, I'd like to move that we increase, not decrease, but we increase the amount of affordable units by requiring 25% of the units at 60% of the AMI on any project proposed on any municipal property or any municipal property that was sold within the past 2 years. Now, this would not be projects that sold over the last 2 years. This would be going forward. So 2 years from now, if a project sold next month, that project would be subject to it up to 2 years in reverse. We can't go backwards on something that was sold last year or the year before. So this would be 2 years going forward. So I move on that increase of 25% 25% of the units at 60% AMI, proposed on any municipal property or any municipal property sold within the last 2 years. Do I see a second on that, anybody?
That's my job.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. President.
Is there a second? Councilman Dominguez seconds. On the discussion? Anyone else?
Second.
Thank you. I got Dominguez, Council Dominguez is a second. Thank you. Councilman Silla, then Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm again going to remind the body that the city solicitor told us twice now that this inclusionary zoning ordinance is not the place to include any sort of stipulation on the sale of city-owned land. I don't know how to make it any clearer that this is not the proper place. It's in the ordinance that has to do with the disposition of city-owned land, not the inclusionary zoning ordinance. I am all for this discussion. I have said that. I am in agreement that we need to have this discussion and we need to do this, but not as part of the inclusionary zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hapworth and Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am in favor of seeing publicly owned land or municipally owned land sold at something that would require 25% affordability at 60% AMI. I am not the city solicitor, and if she's saying that should be in a bylaw for the disposition of land, we're sort of splitting hairs here. I know we can't cover this right now in this because it's not on the agenda here, but could we put it in just a disposition bylaw, and not have it be something that's included in the inclusionary zoning? I guess I would ask Councilor Dibble, I think we're in agreement here. Is there a reason it has to be inside the inclusionary zoning ordinance, or can it be something that we cover in a separate ordinance somewhere down the line?
Council Flynn first.
Thank you, Mr. President. My question had to do with the ordinance as a whole. I know we're speaking now on the good Ward 7's motion, so I'll yield until we go back.
Thank you. Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two things. I'd like to strongly disagree with the Ward 3 councilor's comments just now, that this entire large, extremely large ordinance that has specific numbers on affordability, density bonus, parking, on and on, should not be part of the ordinance that dictates how city-owned land, surplus city-owned land, should be sold. That is a very small ordinance. I'm very familiar with it. I coordinated the sale of city-owned land for a good number of years. I've actually, you know, you're going to like this, I actually served as an auctioneer a couple times to sell off a couple of city-owned properties that were suitable for single-family houses, as well as sealed bids, and then we did one big RFP as well. So this large affordable housing inclusionary zoning ordinance should include inclusionary zoning on city-owned property if we're going to dictate 25% more. And to take this entire ordinance and to duplicate it within a very small ordinance that says how to sell city-owned property makes no sense to me. I'm very familiar with that ordinance. I've read it quite a few times over the last 30 years. And I do have the highest respect for the city solicitor. But on this one issue, I disagree. We shouldn't take this very large document and stick it and duplicate it inside of a small little ordinance about how to sell a certain property. So I have to disagree with the Ward 3 councilor's comments. With regard to Councilor Hapworth, we can, this is before us right now, Councilor, through the chair, through the president. This is before us right now, and we can vote on this right now. It's absolutely on the table. It's part of the entire ordinance. So it's a relatively simple request that if we're selling city-owned property, we're going to give something more to a developer. They should give something more back to the city and help the Salem residents who are in need of help. So I thought this was a no-brainer. 25%, in my opinion, it should be 50%, or maybe even higher, maybe 100% affordability on city-owned property that we're selling. But 25% is a bare bone minimum that I'd like to see, and that was my motion. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a note on that is I believe the disposition of land ordinance should stick to disposition of land. This is an inclusionary zone clause in an inclusionary zoning ordinance, and that's where it belongs. And what it would do is whenever the city decides to dispose of land with the intent of doing residential development, they'll have to refer back to this, and it'll give them a starting point of 25%. And then they can make it 30, 40, 50 if they choose to, but this will be a minimum starting point if we choose to dispose of city-owned land for residential purposes to a developer. So I think there is a place for it in this ordinance. Thank you.
Council Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, Councilor, I am completely on board with 25% for publicly owned land. I give you my word that I will work with you on a separate ordinance to put that into our bylaws, into the disposition of land. None of us are an attorney. I don't think there's an attorney on this call right now. And I just want to make sure that we're not assuming that we understand how this should happen. I think Councilor Sargent probably knows more about this than I do, but I don't think any of us know more about this than the city solicitor. So it doesn't matter. It does not matter where that goes. If it could go in inclusionary zoning, great, put it in inclusionary zoning. The answer we have from our city attorney is that it can't. So let's put it somewhere else. I'm on board with that. We've got 8 options that pencil for inclusionary zoning right now in front of us, and I hope we've all had a chance to look at that. I hope tonight we can settle on one of those 8 options and move forward through first passage. Thank you.
Councilor Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to kind of focus this back on the core issue here. We're talking about disposition of municipal land, and that's great. And I think having a higher target for any municipal land that we sell, I'm very uncomfortable with the idea of trying to wording it so that there's a 2-year opportunity to do a look back, and that's how the wording appears to me right now. So I'm very uncomfortable with that. But I would like to see the processes amended to do that. I think that's absolutely worthy. And if we're selling land for development down the road as a city, or even from today on in, if we're selling land with the purpose of development, and it's going to be residentially developed, and that's absolutely what we should be doing. But to just focus on the main issue here is we have an ordinance that was worked very hard on. We haven't been able to advance the ball whatsoever on anything to do with zoning or affordability thus far this year. And so looking at that, we have an ordinance that was worked hard on, has good math in it, that we've actually stretched it a little bit in committee. The committee stretched it so that we do lose fractional payments, but we do get a higher level to help the city build more. But we do gain more affordable units in some of these projects as a result. So we have something before us that has the opportunity to make a real honest-to-goodness difference and go beyond what we're doing now with an informal policy that the planning board tries to push out. If we fail to do this, we're going to continue with our 10%, 80% that we are doing right now in planning as part of site plan review on anything right now. That policy will stay in place, and it won't make things better for people. We have now, I believe, as the current language is 12% and 60%, which is much more appropriate for Salem and expands our affordability when projects are permitted. And, I think it's a concrete step that we should be taking. We've worked on it for a long time. And the Ward 7 councilor's objective here is something that I would like to see us work out. I would like to see it get added to disposition by law. And I think it's something we should do. We should be checking it a couple of times and make sure we have the right language associated with it. But again, none of us here are the city attorney. The city attorney has that job and that responsibility, and the backstop of legal counsel as well. And I trust her opinion on this. So although I support the goal that the Ward 7 councilor has expressed here, I can't support it as a change to this ordinance that a lot of people worked very hard on and is right up against the finish line now. Thank you.
Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I'd just like to start by saying, as a newbie, I'm learning a lot, but I haven't upped my legal skills yet. We did just have the city solicitor, though, on the meeting specifically for surplusing city land. So we do know that there are lots of processes and requirements and steps that it needs to go through, including coming in front of council. This evening, we put a stipulation on a disposition of city land about remediation. I don't think we could do a blanket, throw it in at the last minute line item on an IZ ordinance. I just want to reiterate, though, that I do agree with the Good Ward 7 councilor's suggestion that there should be more affordability on the sale of public land. Totally, wholeheartedly support that. I think by submitting it now, the day that the vote, or the week before, we're just moving the goalpost. We're not getting anything accomplished, and we need to focus on what we can get accomplished. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with my colleagues that, we all share the same goal of asking for more units when we are giving up municipally owned land. I fully support that, and I've stated that in the committee meeting. And if we all have the same goal, but maybe differences in opinion on how to get to the goal, then that's the discussion that's worth having. Maybe not tonight, but somewhere else. And I would like to see a range of affordability, not just 60%. I want to even see it go to 30% of AMI to help the extremely low income, those who are previously homeless, like the projects on Boston Street. Those are projects that we need to continue to support and encourage. So I think this is a really great discussion to have, but not the right time. And as much as, we have our differences, if we disagree with the city solicitor, we are basically disagreeing, but it's the city solicitor that has to deal with the consequences. If we put this into law, that she or he in the future may have to deal with litigation as a result. So again, I take the city solicitor's advice very seriously, and we agree on the same goal. And I think any counselor on this body can bring in an order to start that discussion, and I fully welcome that. So again, I want to, eye on the prize, IZ. Let's just stay focused on where we are with the IZ. Thank you.
Anyone else? I will just say with this, I do agree with the Ward 7 Council's intent, but I also am listening to everyone else, and I want to just say, if it depends, every sale of anything is unique. So you have to be cognizant of the fact that if you are willing to sell, if you get to the point where you're going to surplus a piece of city-owned property and you're going to sell it for an intent, if your intent is that you want to create more affordable housing and create 25% of the units that would be in a building, then obviously then you are going to then put some stipulations in the sale that you may sell it for less than it's valued, which is an option. Currently, if you're trying to sell a piece of property to fund something else, you're going to sell one school to build a new school or whatever. I don't know. I don't have any crystal ball or what's going to happen down the road. But if you're looking to sell something, then you have to realize why is it you're selling it and what is the give back. So if you're going to sell it for less to get a bigger return on affordable units, that's great. But if you're going to sell it for its maximum value and then still try to get a stipulation of a number 25, and I don't know where 25% came from, there's no documentation or there's no study other than the fact that we all agree it should be a number bigger than 10. I'm a little leery of just putting into a hard ordinance form a number. I mean, I agree with the intent, but where it should be is when the body decides to come up with a sale, whoever the people are sitting in these chairs, then if their intent is to sell a piece of property and the ultimate end game would be housing, then with the sale, that's when you put in the restrictions. We're willing to sell it for less than assessed value because as a return, we want more affordability. So I don't know. I'm going to have to listen to the city solicitor on this one. I don't agree with it belongs in this ordinance, but I do agree with the intent. I've had my say. Councilor Dibble's motion on the floor, seconded by, I forget who seconded it. Councilor Dominguez seconded it. Thank you. Is to amend the ordinance relative to the sale of any city-owned land is required to have a 25% of the units be affordable at 60% AMI. Is that correct, Councilor? Yes. He's holding up a yes because he's muted himself. Okay. He held up a yes. Anyone else in discussion on this one? Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll on the amendment? A yes is to amend, a no is to leave it the way it is.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
No for this ordinance.
Council Madore?
No.
Council Marcillo?
No.
Council Krasniewski?
Not at this time, no.
Council Riccardi?
No.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
No.
And Council McCarthy?
No, not at this time. On the matter of the amendment to the ordinance, we have 11 members voting, 4 in the affirmative, 7 in the negative. The amendment does not carry. Council Madore. Are we looking to take a vote on the ordinance as here? Are we looking to amend it to one of the other eight options? Or are we going to go with what we referred out of committee?
I like to vote on what we referred out as amended. I think we arrived at good compromise last night with more room for discussion, commitment to more discussion. I think we were in a good place. And MAPC, unfortunately, according to Tom Daniel, wasn't able to put the further analysis together. So I'm hopeful they can come back with some more numbers and scenarios to satisfy our concerns or address our concerns and move this forward. So I think we reached a good compromise last night with what came out.
So, Council, if you could, just for everyone's clarification, the compromise that came out of committee last night was?
So what Tom has sent last night, immediately after the meeting, it was a red line version. So the ordinance currently, as amended, would require 12% affordability component for any project that has 6 or more units, for affordable to households making 60% of area median income, with 25% density bonus, and the fractional payment was eliminated in order to make those numbers work. So we actually got an increase of affordability component. We actually able to get more payments in the discussion.
So just to be clear, it's so as we were discussing previously, what came out of committee last night was a 12% affordability, 60%, 12% affordability for 6 or more units, 60% AMI, 25% density bonus is still in there, and no fractional payments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I was hoping on this, the density bonus was going to be coming out of this. So am I to believe we want a passage on this tonight and then work on this to get the density bonus out before the second passage? I was a little confused when we first started talking about this, because that was my concern, was the density bonus, trying to eliminate that completely out of this.
It's my belief from discussions today with various people is that right now the will would be to leave the density bonus in, because we've given a whole bunch of numbers to MSPC and they haven't been able to get us back the number. And then between now and second passage, if the percentage could be altered. Is that correct, Councilor Madore?
Yes, that's correct, Mr. President. So the number, it could be lower, and to entirely eliminate the density bonus would not meet the 4 corners of the zoning posting, according to our city solicitor, and because that removal would be material. But we are willing to be flexible on the density bonus number. I think one of the 8 scenarios that was outlined for us last night, it was a reduction of density bonus to 10%. So I think the request from Council from Ward 7 was to look further into that.
Okay. Councilor Hapworth and Councilor Dominguez.
I think Councilor Dominguez may have had his hand up prior.
I'm sorry, you're top left next to me, so I saw you first. Councilor Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilor Hapworth, for recognizing me. I just wanted to quickly and briefly say that we continue to do business as usual. We don't really understand basically what is happening in the world. And not only that, we continue to do the normal thing that we're doing for so many years. at the end of the day, we don't want to see any results. And this is basically why we had the salt crisis that everybody wanted to point it out, but at the end of the day, there's no intention to solve it. If we say we had a crisis, taking a word that everybody keeps saying every time, do you think that if I have a fire in my house, I'm going to be acting the same way when everything is normal? I'm going to put my clothes quickly and I'm going to go out and I'm going to sacrifice something. What I hear all the time is that the sacrifice is only one side, and I think that's basically what's happening. We cannot give it out to the developer more like usually we do in this time where we need some more housing. At the end of the day, what we're doing is serving the developer. And that's why the situation is getting deeply and deeply and deeply. And that's why I say we don't have intention to solve the situation. It is imperative that we really take care what we need to take care in the right direction. This is the compromise last night was clear. It's not basically what is I hear for now. And I'm going to repeat myself. I say I want to see more housing. And if the density bonus really work the way that the good council of 7 presented to the planning department, my compromise is based on that. We don't hear nothing from that. At the end of the day, what we're doing is the same thing. We're just giving out to the developer. We hear people from the public coming, putting some numbers that make sense, numbers that are actually what it is in the market. But we don't want to hear that. We just want to hear the same situation, dealing the business as usual. And that's not what it is. We're in a crisis. We have a pandemic crisis. We actually say we have a housing crisis. But we don't want to sacrifice the developers. We only want to sacrifice the people that we live here, the quality of life, with a lot of traffic, with a lot of congestion, but at the end of the day, nothing for the people that need to be in the table, bringing more. They don't want to bring in more. And eventually, I think that we're in the wrong side of the question. We're here to defend the people. And I don't see that in every conversation that we have. We're defending more the developers and people with power. It's about time that we see the way it is. We have people we need in Salem, but we don't want to fight for them. We just wanted to make it as usual, and I'm tired of that. I'm not compromise my vote in anything that doesn't really guarantee that we help in the most needed one. I don't see no help in that equation completely. So if I don't see that we're going to compromise with something that they are going to compromise on the table, there's no way. I understand that it's a lot of legal systematic situation in any ordinance. In normal time, I understand, but this is not normal time. Even the legal part of the equation need to be moved. Even any situation between need to be addressed. We don't see that. We go with the normal equation that when we're in normal time, fine. But this is a crisis. We need to deal that way. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Councilor Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Business as usual is 10% at 80% of AMI on anything that requires site plan review. So anything over 6 units. That's business as usual. The developers have all figured out how to make that math work, and they do. And they tweak things here and there to work around stuff and all that. That's business as usual. So what we're proposing here is, at the very, very least, is to increase the percentage, lower the cost of, lower the affordability cost, or give it to a lower affordability level. I apologize for phrasing that badly. It's getting late. And that's tangible. I mean, that's a real tangible difference from what the status quo is. So don't lose sight of that. What we're looking at doing, if we don't do this, well, and before I say that, so there's one problem that we're fundamentally missing when we talk about making developers do this or making them share this. Developers are talking with their private money. If a project doesn't make financial sense for them to build, nothing happens. They don't build anything. We get no new units. Now, there are people who want no new units. There are people who want no new housing at all. The problem for us is we can't, if we talk about affordability and we say we want affordability, we have to actually take steps that will provide zoning that increases affordability. And we're looking at one right here on the floor right now. And if we pass it and refer it back to Ola in time for a second meeting, we may be able to tweak those percentages if we get good math back to work with, because we have the folks at MAPC trying to do it. We're doing this on a deadline, so that we ourselves have created. So, that's pretty much how we've gotten here. If developers can't make the math work, they don't come in because we're forcing them to come in. We can't force them to spend private money building projects in this city. It doesn't work that way. That's just not the math. So I'm not saying that developers are deserving of showering them with our favor. But if we can't get them to build, and if we produce a zoning policy that is prohibitive, they're not going to build. It's just that simple. And that's I think we keep losing is developers. We as the city need to give something in order to get people housing that can't afford it. We need to do that when we can ask more of developers in order to do it. But if we can't make developers, if this city is not a city in which they can do business, earn a reasonable profit, and turn over properties, they're just not going to do business here. And the end effect of that is we continue on with our status quo of 10 at 80, and prices keep getting driven farther and farther up. And the units that do get built are these higher end granite countertop luxury housing units that we all like to talk about how we don't want them. But if the math doesn't work, that's all they're going to build the stuff that gets them the highest rate on return. So we can force them to come to the table, and give more, but we also have to give back. And that's what the combination of 12%, 60%, and a density bonus gives us. I don't want to see projects get built bigger either, but if that's what it takes to get us to a place where we can help more people, I'm willing to make that. Thank you.
I understand, if I may, Mr. President. I understand, but the fact of the matter is that the number work. The fact of the matter is that at the end of the day, they don't sacrifice more than what we have sacrificed. So I understand that they can leave. It's understandable. But we acting like we are desperate to have some developers to build and destroy our nature as a city for the only purpose of comply with them when we have a lot of resources. I understand big time that one of the reasons why we had a high price on rent is because of those mentality that we've been using as usual. And I think that this need to be changed. We need to take into consideration so many factors, and the numbers need to be deeply more analyzed to make sure that we really deliver and help the most needed one. That way we don't want to help anybody, we help the developer more. 25% density bonus is more than too much, or 2% extra that we are practically putting on the affordability. And 60 M&I, which I understand, and I really command that part. But the 25% is still too much. We need to understand that if we are in a crisis, we need to come 50-50. The developer needs to be more in, sacrifice more in. Maybe in a normal time, we can go ahead and come back and say, okay, we're going to give you a bonus. This time, it is a crisis. This time, we need affordable housing. This time, we need to make sure that we deliver a result to the people that need it, not tomorrow. So if we keep giving them the opportunity, we're not only going to take care of the one that need it, we also make harder for the one that living here, because tax is going to increase. The infrastructure is going to be damaged. We're going to have a lot of more issue in school. So because it's too much, and we don't understand that this is affect the entire city in the long run. My grandkids, my children need to stay here. The only way I can save that is by providing a good negotiation now in a way that they can afford to live here. But they cannot afford to live here. If we continue to build that way, we're not going to have no one around to really take the benefit from the city that we built for so many years, and people build so many years. They need to understand that if they wanted to come in, they need to bring a little bit more to the table to help alleviate the situation we have. Thank you.
Councilor Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think it's important to point out that the 11 of us on this call here are fortunate enough to be able to treat housing and affordability as a hypothetical to be debated and to be tossed around and talked about when there are people all over the city right now that are having real struggles finding housing. And what we have in front of us right now is we have 3 different ways that this can go. The first way is we can keep doing business as usual. I think Councilor Turrell alluded to that. We can be 10% at 80. And we can keep it doing it that way, and prices can keep going up, and it can get more further and further out of reach. We can create a 60% and 12% with 0% density bonus, and nothing will get built, and we'll have nothing happening for the people of Salem, Councilor Dominguez. There has to be a trade-off there, and it's not giving anything to a developer. We're asking private developers to create a public good. And that public good is affordable housing. And I don't want to give anything more to developer than anyone else does, but we still have to make the projects pencil. And we have experts right now that have presented us with 8 different scenarios with project pencils, and we can't pick one of those. And our potential, what we're going to walk away from is we're going to have what we've always had, which is 10% and 80. And it's going to get further and further out of reach for people. I also want to point out, just going back to before this conversation moved in this direction, what we were waiting on from the previous meeting is, I think we had sort of settled on this 12% at 60% AMI with a 25% density bonus. And Councilor Dibble had asked, is there any variables that we can change here to bring down that density bonus? I think we all agreed last night that we were set on that 60% AMI, and that if variables could change along the way and it could still pencil, that most of us would be supportive as well. So I think Councilor Flynn had asked that question earlier, and I think that's, if we do first passage tonight and it's that option, what we're looking at is there any variables we can change beyond the 60% AMI that can make these projects pencil? Thank you.
Councilor Flynn, then Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm all set. My question's been answered.
Thank you. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not sure where this got lost, but the compromise last night is that we would adopt for first passage and reduce the density bonus between now adoption of for first passage to second passage. So the discussion to reduce density bonus is still on the table. I think we should trust each other, that we're committed to have that conversation rather than say that we're going to adopt this tonight and refuse to change it. I think from the discussion last night, that was very clear that we're all willing to see the concerns around density bonus addressed. So I don't know how that got lost. And I really, really enjoyed the spirit of compromise last night. I hope we can carry that into this body. And just a few more points. I think these days we use the word developer like it's a dirty word. And to build on my at-large councilor's comments about how we live currently in the city, if you have a house that you live in and you love the house you live in, you should thank a developer. If you own several houses, you should also thank a developer for building that house. All the houses in Salem were built by developers. So again, it's really disingenuous to hear that we're okay with 12% of housing being affordable in the entire city, but 10% is not enough for this inclusionary zone. I think 100% of housing in Salem should be affordable. So why don't we fight for that? And so you can't have it both ways. You can't say that we have 12% and that we're doing above and beyond, and then not, you just can't have it both ways. And I think we need to also be very mindful that this discussion has taken 2 years, and it does not reflect well on this body that we have folks who are displaced by fires. We have children going to our schools that are homeless and living in motels. And for 2 years, we have not passed any single policy that addresses affordability. And this is happening every day that we don't even have to look at. It's just happening in the background. And all this talk about caring for our residents and that we want to do something, and that opportunity has come before us several times over the past 2 years or more, but we haven't adopted a single policy for housing affordability. And this is during a time when we're trying to think of so many ways not to increase the tax burden on our current taxpayers, but we're also refusing to expand the pie to allow more taxpayers to help out and ease the tax burden. This anti-growth sentiment is really concerning. If we don't allow more people to come in and live with us as new neighbors and share the burden on taxes, then we have to raise the taxes of the current taxpayers. New growth is so important. We need to be able to increase growth, and that's through housing units. And if we pass an ordinance that stifles growth, then we have to find a way to pay for our services to continue. So again, I go back to the outcome of last night's great meeting, that what we have before us is to adopt for first passage with 12% affordability for households making 60% AMI with 25% density bonus that can be adjusted, and a reduction and a removal of the fractional payments. And I'm looking forward to the discussion on reducing the density bonus. I've said repeatedly that I want to see that lowered so that we can all get to a comfortable place to see this move forward. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think that growth is absolutely needed, but it doesn't have to be only luxury apartments. And that's what we seem to be building. We're taking business park development land and switching it from good, high-paying job possibilities to luxury apartments. And building a couple thousand luxury apartments in Salem recently, and under permitting, under construction, and those that have been built, and combining that with our tax bills keep going up, it's driving the cost of rent up everywhere in Salem, not just in these luxury apartments. Yes, do I welcome new people to move into Salem? Absolutely. I'm a new person that moved to Salem. I moved here 40 years ago. I was new. I was 18 years old when I moved to Salem. And I was new at the time, and I was welcomed by the whole neighborhood. I helped seniors shovel their walks, on and on. I tried to become part of the neighborhood. So those comments concern me a little bit. Absolutely. I think everybody in this room on the screen right now welcomes new people into Salem. The existing policy that we have before the planning board, that is not an ordinance. The planning board requires 10% of the units to be at 80% of AMI. AMI is at the greater Boston income level. And when you translate that to Salem's income level, and I've said this for about a year and a half now before this board at all sorts of meetings, that translates to 93% of the income level here in Salem. And my idea of this, 93% of the income level here, what's the difference between 100% and 93? It's about the same thing. So I don't see that as being any kind of discount at all. And so clearly, and for the last year, I have fought on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund Board to get that lowered to 60%. Not just myself, but quite a few people fought to have that done, and we were successful. So 60% makes a whole lot more sense and is much more affordable than the 93% of the Salem income level. So that existing policy is not an ordinance. The mayor could have changed that a while ago. The planning board could have changed that a while ago. That could be changed tomorrow morning. It doesn't require a vote of this council at all. That policy was not set by this council. It's something that the mayor and the planning board decided on and enacted. So they, on their own, could up the percentage rate or lower the AMI to 10% of the units at 60% of AMI and make it truly affordable. That can happen now. And it should have been happening months ago when I brought up that, and it was well known that at 80%, it's not really affordable anything. So why did we make a change a year ago, 2 years ago, when we knew that 80% is not really affordable here in Salem? We should have, but yet we're calling all these units that we're supposedly building, that we are building supposedly affordable. They're not affordable anything. 93% and 100% is about the same thing. So that change can happen tomorrow if the mayor wanted to make that change, if the planning board wanted to make that change, that could happen without a vote of this council. I'd like to move that we delete the density bonus in its entirety out of this ordinance. The density bonus just winds up getting us 25% more luxury apartments or luxury, whatever you want to call it as a realtor, more expensive units in the city of Salem that will continue to drive up all the rents in the rest of the city and overcrowd certain properties that are looking to be developed and looking to overcrowd the whole city of Salem. 25% more is a giant reward for a developer. That's been my major sticking point on this since day one. So I move that the 25% density bonus be removed from this ordinance in its entirety, and I ask for it by roll call vote, Mr. President.
Just for clarification, Counselor?
Yes.
The same motion you made at last meeting that went back to committee and got shot down? I just want to make so we put it all back in the same spots.
It came back to, I'll answer that, Mr. President. It came to committee. It came to committee, which is only 5 of these councilors, and 2 supported removing the density and 3 did not. So it's pretty close.
I just want to be clear. It was, so we know exactly, everyone's voting back on the same thing we voted on 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it's a simple thing. Remove the 25% density bonus at all. It's a reward for developers to build and overcrowd parcels in Salem and overcrowd the city, and it's not needed. We're already pretty dense.
Second that.
Councilor Hapworth, Councilor Maduro.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of clarity for the Ward 7 councilor, before we take this vote. You had conversations with the city planner this morning. Was there something that you heard from Tom Daniel that told you that 60% and 12% no density bonus would pencil out? Is there some math that you're looking at the rest of us haven't seen that would show that would pencil out? Because I haven't seen it. I haven't talked to an expert or anyone that has any knowledge or expertise in here that has shown that will pencil out. So I just want to, before we take this vote, I want to understand what we're looking at and what information we're working with right now.
Councilor Maduro.
Thank you, Mr. President. One of the scenarios that was laid out in that table, actually 2 of them eliminated density bonus. However, they decreased the affordability percentage to 5 and 8. I forget the percentage of AMI for those 2 scenarios. So it actually hurt us. So I've repeatedly said that I'm not willing to eliminate the density bonus entirely, simply because we know that housing authority projects that are heavily subsidized can't even make their projects work out. So housing is tough to build. I'm not willing to give up on this. And I'm fully ready to vote on this tonight. And if it fails on the floor tonight, I really would like to encourage those who vote in opposition to bring in another ordinance or a package of ordinances to address affordability. We can spend all night talking. We spent several years talking by this point, and I have a next door neighbor who they're homeless, living with my next door neighbor. They have 2 kids. I see them out there playing every day. They have nowhere to live. This is happening in our backyard, so we can conveniently just look away. This is happening every single minute we have this discussion. So if this fails tonight, perhaps I could send folks who are asking me about where to find their rental apartment, their Facebook groups that have these discussions all day, single mothers with children looking for rental apartments. And perhaps I could send those folks to the counselors who vote against this and see if they have any rental leads in Salem. So I'm ready to vote on this tonight.
Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I like to respond to the good counsel of Ward 2 with category response. We have to see the history of Salem. We have 40 years of this administration, and we haven't seen result on affordable housing. We're spending here maybe 3-4 months now in this ordinance with something that doesn't really guarantee the affordability. It's my understanding that the negotiation is still in one side. So for the good counsel of Ward 2 to name that whoever voted against is against affordable housing is totally wrong. I am a testimony of 14 years where we haven't seen any affordability. It's the opposite. We haven't created the crisis that we're telling about it, and at the same token, we're talking about a crisis now that we will continue to make it deeply. So there is no way, good counsel of Ward 2, for you to name that whoever voted against defending the people of Salem, because that's what we're doing. I'm defending the people of Salem. And I say it clearly last night, my compromise is based on what will be the result on the 20%, 25% density bonus. We don't see it. So for you to say that to the general public, it's like targeting those 4 people whoever people who want to vote against as a no voted, and that tactic is being so long, and that's why we have been creating a division among us, because we don't understand that my right is your right. My right to disagree with you or to anyone on the body is your right. In order for me to understand that the reality is that we haven't built nothing to solve the situation where we are, we need to point it out to the other side. The other side haven't done nothing to alleviate the situation on affordable housing. Now, we have 3 or 4 months. We're asking for more. We wanted to make sure that the negotiation are in the right place. Now, you call out to the general public to see whoever deny, whoever say no, to see as the bad guy. And that's wrong. Very, very wrong. Enough is enough. I am in this community. I live in this community for 25 years. We have 14 years of this administration and we haven't seen any result. The opposite. We haven't seen only using the terminology of crisis to advance to another level, but nothing done. At this point, what we're seeing right now is the same thing, repeating the same negotiation. We don't want it to really deal with the situation. We want to deal only with some type of agenda to move to another level. So for you to refer that those people, whoever voted no, that we need to be seen as the negative people, that's wrong. Thank you.
Council Prosniski. Then Councilman Doyle.
I'm sitting here debating about density bonus.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking about the people that are looking to get affordable housing, because we're talking about how much developers are going to make. Do you really think that the people who want affordable housing care about how much developers are going to make? No, they want affordable housing. We're holding these people hostage because we don't want developers to make so much money. In the meantime, the people who want affordable housing, they don't care. This argument is just going sideways. The other part of it is, last night we decided we were going to pass this and talk about the density bonus before the second passage to see if there was some work so that developers don't make so much money. Again, the people who want the affordable housing don't care how much developers make. They want the affordable housing. So let's get with it. Let's pass it the way we promised. Wait to see what happens for the second passage and move on. Please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad we're having this conversation. So I want to be very clear that I did not say who is going to vote no. I think there were some assumptions made in the comments from the at-large counselor. I did not point out who's going to vote no. However, I did also say that we can definitely disagree on how to address affordability. And if this gets voted down tonight, I would like to see the counselors who oppose this to bring in an ordinance to address affordability. If this is not it, please tell us what kind of ordinance or policy is that you are willing to support and bring it before this body for a full discussion. I'm not saying that this is the end of the discussion on affordability. If you don't think this is it, please bring in another ordinance or another policy to address this. And I very happily come to the table to have that discussion. If that fails tonight, I'm willing to look into other tools, because we all care about affordable housing and we all speak passionately about it. But after several months of discussion of several different tools, we have not been able to pass a single one. So I'm willing to continue the discussion if this fails tonight with other tools. Maybe condo conversion ordinance, maybe this municipal land disposition. I'm happy to have that conversation. But if IZ is not it tonight, let's vote it down. And folks who voted down, bring in another version. And I'm happy to join that discussion. I'm ready to vote.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. President, just quickly.
Yep, Council Sergeant.
Are we voting on Councilor Dibble's amendment?
That's what we take up first. This is amendment to eliminate 25% everywhere in the ordinance first, and then we'll take up the ordinance.
Well, I believe as before, that proposal would be to eliminate section 5.4.4, density and parking, just to.
Yep.
We'll take
The same motion he did 2 weeks ago.
Thank you.
I made sure that everyone was clear on that. I didn't mean to, I just couldn't remember what section that was in.
And just quickly, that municipal religious overlay district has got two school buildings being made into affordable housing right now by the right people to make it. And South Campus will probably be next. So some things are moving along in this city. So thank you.
Yeah, it took us 2 years to get that one passed. Anyone else? Council Dibble has a motion on the floor, seconded by Council Dominguez, to eliminate the section that Council Sergeant just referred to, which is the 25% density bonus in the ordinance as written currently. Madam City Clerk, will you please call the roll? A yes vote would be to remove the density bonus, and a no vote would be to keep it.
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
No.
Council Madore?
No.
Council Marcillo?
No.
Council Prozanowski?
No.
Council Riccardi?
No.
Council Sergeant?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
No.
And Council McCarthy?
No, on the matter of the amendment to removing the 25% density bonus in the reference section in the ordinance, we have 11 members voting for to remove, 7 to keep it the way it is. The matter does not carry. Now we're going to take a motion. The motion on the floor is to take a roll call vote on the inclusionary housing ordinance as currently that came out of committee with the 12% affordability for 6 or more units at 60% AMI for the 25% density bonus and no fractional payments. Is that correct, Councilor? Madore?
President.
Correct. Council Torrio, yes.
I would amend that in the event that this gets through for first passage. I would amend it to first passage and referral back to Ordinance, Lights, and Legal Affairs co-posted, so that if it is passed and we do get communications regarding density bonus and changes we can make or lowering of it, then we can do that in committee and bring it back.
You accept that, Council Maduro? Council Maduro is nodding yes. So the motion, Council Maduro amended her motion, everything I just talked about, to pass the IZ ordinance with the 12% affordability for 6 years, 60% AMI, 25% density, no fractional payments, and that the matter been then back referred to the Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs to discuss the questions that came out of last night's meeting, which was a very productive meeting, relative to whether or not the density bonus can be lowered, and people have to understand that when you change one number, it may affect another number, and people at the state level are working the numbers to come up with a ratio that works and that could work. And I just want to caution everyone tonight that if the vote tonight shoots this down right now before a second vote, then this matter the idea of an inclusionary housing ordinance can't come back in front of us for, I believe it's, Council Sergeant, correct me, it's 2 years. Is that correct, Council Sergeant?
I believe it's calendar year. I thought it was January 1st. That's what the ruling was on the ADU.
President?
Hold on.
Yeah, I believe it's calendar year, January 1st. That's what the ruling was on the ADU zoning.
ADU was changed, but Madam City Clerk.
Since the zoning board, since the planning board recommended in favor of the zoning ordinance, then it can come back in the next calendar year. If there was a negative recommendation by them, then it's 2 years.
Yep, okay, that's correct. Thank you for that clarification. Just to make sure we're all on the same page. Council Turtle, do you have something to add before we take the vote?
That was what I was going to be clear.
Yep, just want to make sure we're all clear. Thank you. Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I recall, the city solicitor said that if it's passed in the first passage, cannot be eliminated after the density bonus. So I don't see a way of passing in first passage and then eliminated it like the group.
No, you misheard, Councilor. What she said was the density bonus couldn't be eliminated in its entirety. If you change the density bonus to 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%, if you altered the density bonus down, you could do that. But if you try to eliminate it in its entirety, go from 25% to zero, then that you cannot do. Is that clear? So, in the spirit of compromise, if you're going to start at 25% and you're going to go to zero, hopefully some number will work in the middle. But we'll see what the will is. Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble.
No.
Council Dominguez.
No.
Council Flynn.
No.
Council Hapworth.
Yes.
Council Madore.
Yes.
Council Marcillo.
Yes.
Council Kwasniewski.
Yes.
Council Riccardi.
Yes.
Council Sergeant.
No.
Council Torrio.
Yes.
And Council McCarthy.
Yes, in the matter of the housing zoning ordinance, we have 11 members voting, 7 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. The matter does not carry. Further committee reports. Council Madore.
Wrong button there.
Bottom on page 33.
City Council, July 9, 2020, Committee on Ordinances, License Legal Affairs, who whom was referred the matter of amending an ordinance relative to noise. Chapter 22, fireworks, has considered said matter and would recommend adoption for a second and final passage.
On acceptance of the report, all those in favor? Council Dominguez, are you in favor? Let the record reflect that I saw 10 hands plus my own on acceptance of the report. On adoption of the recommendation, under discussion, Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was a good discussion. We were joined by all of our public safety chiefs, Chief Junta, Chief Butler, and Fire Lieutenant, and our city solicitor. We were joined by a good group. I think we were all in agreement that the fireworks issue needs to be addressed, and hopefully this fine will discourage further behavior. Even as early as 4 p.m. today, I heard fireworks. I don't know how they're seeing that in daylight, but they're still out there. So hopefully we can get this done, get it implemented so that our police and fire public safety officials have more teeth behind their work and enforcement.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Council Dominguez had his hand raised.
Oh, Council Dominguez, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So it's okay. Just it was a small comment.
No, go ahead.
Okay, quickly. Yes, I think that the meeting was great, and the information that we get from the safety department, if the chief of police and the chief of fire was very productive. I expressed one of the bigger concerns that I think that we need to address, not only on this ordinance, but in any other ordinance that had to deal with law, is the education component. I think that we need to make sure, because as we see, no matter what we do, if we don't really educate the general public, especially the youth, the young generation, we're going to see some people who doesn't really going to follow the rules. So combining with the law enforcement or ticketing or bringing to law, we need to have an aggressive educational component to help educate the people, because like I said before, I know for a fact that some people coming from different other town or other country, and they don't really thinking that they're violating the law because and their own town is not illegal. So we need to make sure that if we wanted to stop the situation, that we bring the educational component in a bigger scale. We can help alleviate, stop the situation. And I know that the chief of police, in good intention, responded to me very well. But I think that in one point or another, the audience needs to have that in writing so that we kind of maybe put some resources into that so we can continue to educate, not only on this time, but constantly, in order that the new generation, especially the youth, like I say, they're being educated and they, decided not to continue to violate the law, because at the end of the day, the results are bad for everybody, including the one that breaking the law. But we have a lot of seniors, a lot of pets, and also we have a lot of risk on fire. So we need to make sure that we educate the public general. Thank you.
Anyone else? I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk, you call the roll.
Council DeVoe?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcello?
Yes.
Council Krasnowski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yes. The matter of amending the ordinance relative to fireworks, we have 11 members voting, 11 members in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. Further communications from city officials.
We have a communication from the Director of Inspectional Services for reimbursement in the amount of $1,162 for building department fees for 2 Outlook Hill.
Council Torrio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move these be granted by roll call vote.
Council Torrio moves be granted by roll call vote. Any discussion?
It was in the packet pretty clear. The person did not go ahead with the project and requested a refund, and Tom saw fit to grant it, and we have to approve that.
Yep. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll?
Council DeVoe?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Medora. Yes. Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Kwasniewski,
Yes?
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of the reimbursement in the amount of $1,162 for the building department for fees for 2 Outlook Hill, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Petitions.
We have a petition from Comcast to install a conduit on Conant Street.
Hearing ordered September 10th, 2020. Further petitions.
We have a petition from the residents of Cedar Crest Ave to hold a block party July 25th, 2020 from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. with a rain date of July 26th.
Council Dibble.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I move that it be granted.
Council Dibble's motion to be granted under discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. You all know that I'm a huge fan of block parties. I've hosted one maybe 25 years in a row in front of my house. A couple of you have been to one years ago. Anyway, the block party that this neighborhood, it's a dead-end street, Cedar Crest Ave. It's actually a dead end off of kind of a dead-end neighborhood, so it's a pretty quiet area. I've talked to the health agent on this, and I've talked to the 3 applicants who applied for this permit. It's a small block party, and I'm encouraging that we vote and approve this. People have been locked, basically, not totally locked up, but basically locked up in the house for about 4 months, and it's a good opportunity for our neighborhood to get together. With that, I'd like to put the following conditions on this, that it be limited to 100 people maximum, that face coverings be worn for everyone over 2 years of age, and that 6-foot social distancing be maintained unless those people are from the same family unit, and that they follow all of the governor's or the state of Massachusetts COVID directives and any changes that may come along to those directives. So any changes to the directives as well.
Second.
Any further discussion? Someone have a second? Did I hear that? I missed it.
Second, Council Dibble's changes, if it need be.
Council Hapworth.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a point of clarification, just want to ensure that I don't think this violates any state of Massachusetts guidelines. I don't know if you're aware, Councilor Dibble.
Council Dibble, he asked you.
That's right, but I'm recognizing you through you, Mr. President, to answer the at-large council's questions. To the best of my knowledge, it doesn't violate anything, but in accordance to our health agent of the city of Salem, it's now limited to 100 people maximum for outdoor gatherings such as this. And with the clause that I put at the end that the block party organizers and the block party participants follow any of the governors in the state of Massachusetts COVID directives and any changes to these directives, I think that covers, because we don't know, like golf courses were open the same day. So we had no real advance notice that golf courses and many other things have happened. That's the way it's been happening in the state of Massachusetts quite a bit, that we don't get a total advance notice of when something's opening and boom, it opens. So the 100 people maximum is a recent addition, a recent relaxation, if you would. So yes, I don't think that we're in violation of any ordinances in accordance with the City of Salem's health agent and with that last paragraph that I have added to this as a condition. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Since you brought it up, what was the health agent's recommendation?
At first, the health agent's recommendation was that we don't approve these. And then we continued our conversation that earlier this week, he agreed that the governor has relaxed things like this and required 100 people maximum. And the health agent's recommendation was that we promote and have them follow the rules by the governor and by the state of Massachusetts for COVID directives, and that the 6-foot social distancing, unless they're from the same family unit, be held in place, and that face coverings, actually everything I listed on here is a communications from our health agent. Mr. President?
Because I had a conversation with a health agent. It wasn't exactly as you presented it. The governor may have relaxed the initiatives with regard to block party. The city's stance on block parties has been that we haven't been approving them, and he understands where you're coming from, but he's still a little leery and doesn't really. I don't want to put words into his mouth, but he wasn't too keen on the idea of starting down this, because if we go with one, then it's going to be, we could be inundated with block party requests. So he wasn't too keen on the idea, with not putting words into his mouth. Councilor Dibble.
Yes, I'll agree with that, and so I'll put words in his mouth. He absolutely said that he's not too keen on it. And then when we got into the entire discussion, whereas the governor has this week, I believe it was on Monday, but I'm not sure, the governor has relaxed the regulations. So this would be permitted under Massachusetts rules now with 100% maximum participation, or maximum people in attendance, if you would.
Okay. Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask the good Ward 7 councilor, when did the governor relax these limitations on these block parties? Because I'm like you, I'm in big favor of having the block parties, but unfortunately I had to deny one last month. So I just want my constituents to know that something has changed here where they're allowed. I certainly wouldn't want the governor to be upset with one of my votes. So I just want to know when this was relaxed, just so I can tell my constituents. I'm in favor of having block parties, absolutely. I feel awful that I had to deny one because of the limitations. So just to be clear, could you clarify when they were lifted, Councilor Dibble?
Restrictions on gatherings was amended Monday. Indoor gatherings were changed to a percentage of the floor area or a maximum of 25 people, I believe. It went up from 10 to 25. And outdoor gatherings went to a maximum of 100. And I just want to caution anyone who's going to be thinking of these, if you're not going to have someone who's going to sit there with a clicker and count 100, I would hate to have the police show up because one neighbor felt that they weren't practicing social distancing and have the police department by rule have to break up a block party because they were in excess of the amount of people and they weren't adhering to the conditions. So.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that reopening of, the new limitations did cover block parties specifically. And that, again, the people of Salem know and clearly understand that they have been lifted and it does affect block parties. Thank you.
It didn't address block parties. It directed gatherings in public spaces. I guess that would fall into the category. But it didn't say specifically block parties. Councilor Masilla, then Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm kind of uncomfortable about this, letting this go forward. Is there going to be alcohol at this gathering? Who is going to be in charge of making sure that there's only 100 people there? Who's going to be making sure that people are keeping their social distance? With alcohol, all those things go away. We've seen that in bars. I think this is a really slippery slope. I think that Salem sticking to no block parties has been very successful. We've seen private parties, but they're not city sanctioned. This is city sanctioned. And I am very uncomfortable with this, to tell you the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Dibble, then Councilor Masilla. Councilor Riccardi, I'm sorry. You guys keep... Then Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I lost you there for a little while. Did you call on me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't hear that at all. Your screen froze on my screen. I don't know if it froze on everybody's. So with regard to the city sanctioning this, the city council is required to permit these, and that's it. We're not endorsing, we're not sanctioning, we're not sponsoring, we're just giving them a permit. Let them do it. We have, I spoke to the 3 organizers of this event. They've organized this event for multiple years. They said that they're not doing the moon bounce, they're not doing the slippery slide type thing, and they're not doing a whole bunch of things that they've done in the past. This is an opportunity where people will gather around the street, keep their distances, but be able to get together from a safe distance away from each other. And I wholeheartedly applaud the three organizers for this. I can't discuss whether alcohol is going to be served or not. They would have to take out a liquor license to be able to serve alcohol. If somebody's going to have a beer, that's up to them. But drinking out in the public way, that's prohibited. That's illegal. To put conditions on this when the governor is allowing this now for Salem to restrict it, I think it sends the wrong message. I think these people are adults. Let them police. If they're going to receive a permit that allows them to do this, if we pass this, that will have those conditions. And I'll read them again if you'd like. 100 people maximum. Face coverings worn for everybody over 2 years of age. 6 foot distancing unless you're in the same family unit. And follow the governor's and the state of Massachusetts COVID directives and any changes to these directives. I reviewed all these with the health agent, and I asked him if there were any more conditions that he'd like to stick to this. And he said, no, just keep the governor part of that, the governor in changes, because we don't know what the governor's going to do. This might be rescinded by the governor before this block party actually takes place. So having this in here, their permit by having that clause in here will be withdrawn, if you would. Thank you, Mr. President. I recommend passage of this. Let's give a little bit of normalcy to a neighborhood, and it's absolutely allowed now in Massachusetts. So who are we to say no?
Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think my question was just answered. I am concerned because we don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going to change. Like it was just mentioned that the phase started on a Monday for golf courses, and we learned about it the day of. People are going out and about at parties, at barbecues. There was just a major holiday that happened where there were gatherings. We have no idea what things are going to be doing in the next week. There could very well be another spike. To encourage gatherings, to actually permit it, just seems extremely reckless to me and just not a wise decision. If they want to gather as neighbors and get together, that seems great. I completely agree. We need some normalcy in our life, but for the city to permit it, I just would not feel comfortable with that. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Okay.
Council Sergeant.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Councilor said, they can legally get together and be together. All we're making legal with a block party is blocking the street so cars can't go down it. That's all we're doing with that. We've never policed a block party before. And if it's legal by state law, I don't see why we can't do it. So thank you.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to not support this on the basis of the fact that I turned down one in my own ward, and I agree that we're all adults, but we have seen adults behave not so appropriately in regards to COVID prevention in other parts of the country. So I've also been looking at the data this week that some of the transmission rates are slowly creeping up, given it's summer, people like to be outdoors. And I think it's time to be extra vigilant and not relaxed. So on the basis of those two reasonings, I'm not going to support this. And I hope the neighbors will find another way to celebrate.
Anyone else? Council Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just want to remind everybody that the state of Massachusetts, their health experts have deemed that this is now allowed. The state governor has approved it, not approved this block party, but approved gatherings like this of 100 people or less. The three organizers of this, they've organized it for now 5 or 6 years, and they committed to me on the phone that they would keep it below 100 people. In fact, it'd be smaller than that because they're only going to have a very, very small gathering this year, unlike what they've had in the past. They're not going to extend it out to the greater families, if you would, and greater friends. They're trying to keep it just to their neighborhood. So the organizers have already made some changes to this by not having some common shared elements like the bouncy house, if you would, whatever it's called, and a slippery slide and something else. They're not having those things at all. What they're going to do is have some activities that require social distancing where people can have some fun, keep their distance, and the party lasts from 2 in the afternoon till 10 o'clock. State of Massachusetts allows it. Councilor of Ward 2, when you voted against that one, they were not allowed in Salem or in Massachusetts, but now they are allowed. The health experts for the state of Massachusetts have said that gatherings of 100 people outside, 100 people or less, are now allowed. So we're not health agents, but we're not health experts. I don't think anybody's here a doctor, but now we're going to say no to this group who's asking to have a small gathering and to close the street for safety purposes. They've said that they've been doing things like this in their driveways from one house to another. But from a safety standpoint, our permit, as the good at-large Councilor Sargent pointed out, our permit will allow them to close the street and make it further safe so that cars aren't driving down the street and potentially hitting some children. So if they're going to have this gathering in their driveways, well, let's make it safer for them so the kids aren't getting hit by cars. It's allowed in Massachusetts. I'm amazed that we're even having this discussion. Mr. President, I suggest that we move the question and that we all put some common sense on this and listen to our state health professionals who say that this can now happen in Massachusetts. So let's let it happen.
Madam City Clerk, can you call the roll?
Mr. President.
Sorry, Councilor Epworth, I'm sorry. It's getting late.
Not to belabor this point here. I'm not sure that I completely understand what David Greenbaum, the health agent, what his final position on this was. I guess I would have felt more comfortable saying yes to this if it came with some sort of a letter of support or some understanding that this is something the city is, and shame on me and shame on the rest of us for not talking about this prior to this meeting, but I don't feel comfortable voting on it at this moment in time, and I just want to know, I guess I just want final clarity on what the health agent said and what his final position on these block parties were, because if we say yes to this, there are other ones along the way that are gonna happen. They're in every neighborhood in Salem. So just want to understand that prior to taking this vote.
I wasn't involved with the conversation with Council Dibble and the health agent, so I will allow Council Dibble to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. The President said it correctly earlier that the health agent was not keen on these type of things. He was worried that COVID would further be spread, but he had acknowledged that they are now allowed in Massachusetts per the governor's change in policy or the state's change in policy pertaining to COVID. As of this past Monday, you could now, I think he said it went from 10 people to 100 people, but I might have those numbers wrong. It is at 100 people now maximum for outdoor gatherings. And the health agent and I continue the conversation, and he recommended, yes, people should wear face coverings and maintain 6 foot social distancing unless they're from the same family unit. Those are the health agent's words. But yes, he's not keen on this. He acknowledged that they're legal. The health professionals for the state of Massachusetts on Monday made them legal again in Massachusetts. Thank you, Mr. President, and for the good counselor for asking the question.
Thank you. Anyone else? Madam City Clerk.
Councilor Dibble?
Yes.
Councilor Dominguez?
Yes.
Councilor Flynn?
Yes.
Councilor Hapworth?
No.
Councilor Madore?
No.
Councilor Marcillo?
No.
Councilor Presnowski?
Yes.
Councilor Riccardi?
No.
Councilor Sargent?
Yes.
Councilor Torrio?
No.
And Councilor McCarthy?
This is an extremely tough vote. Because I don't want to be, it's great. I get to go last. And it's not like it's my own decision. Because, I did have a conversation with the health director, and the health director is extremely concerned. And I understand that there also are rules in place that allow for gatherings to expand. I'm just a little leery if we allow this to happen. If someone makes that phone call and someone tells this party that has to break up is what's going to happen with result to that. But I guess at some point you have to trust people. And
Is there any other conditions that you can add to it, Council DeBoer? In terms of a support letter from the health agent or anything?
Council DeBoer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would welcome other conditions. I specifically asked that question of our Dave Greenbaum, of our health agent, and he said no other conditions. I asked him specifically, are there any specific conditions that you would like to see added to the list that I've already presented to you here tonight? And he said no.
He is, just with the nature of a block party, because we've all been to them, I don't mean to do this during a roll call vote, but I didn't see this vote coming this way. I get stuck. And I don't want to be the one that says no, but I know our health agent has very dire concerns about opening up block parties. And this one may be at a little isolated neighborhood that's on the end of an end that's, maybe you can limit people, but I'm worried about other neighborhoods having block parties and opening it up, and all of a sudden, who's going to control 100? And if it's in a larger area where this one isn't isolated,
Mr. President, if I may?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Let me remind you and remind the entire council that this is our last meeting until September, I think it is, September 9th or whatever the date is.
Yep.
And that typically block parties happen in June, July, and August while we're in the summer months. So there's a fairly reasonable chance that we won't even get another block party application until we meet again. So we don't have another meeting until September.
There's a bit of drama on this one.
Mr. President?
Yep.
Can I just add that, this week, our corona cases in the state are going up. The Salem cases are going up. We were at 1.2%. Now we're up over 2.5%. They're going up. This is not the time to be having block parties that are sanctioned by the city.
Well, I had the conversation with the health agent. He had very dire concerns, and I appreciate the fact that, I was probably the only one other than Council Dibble that reached out to him, and we had a very frank conversation, and he had some concerns, and I'm just going to have to, as much as I don't want to do it, I'm just going to have to base my vote on my conversation with the health agent and basically say that I'm going to have to reluctantly vote no. On the matter of the block party, we have 11 members voting, 5 in the affirmative, 6 in the negative. Matter does not carry. Further petitions.
We have a list of public guides.
Council Madore.
Mr. President, I move this to be granted.
Council Madore moves that it be granted. All those in favor? All those opposed? Further petitions.
We have a C1 license application.
Council Madore.
So, Mr. President, I move that this be granted. If that's the way it's written, typically we refer it, but...
Just move granted or move referred.
Eileen, do you want to...
They're typically referred in committee, but again, as unlike other things that we can do with a signature approval. I've already checked him out with everything that usually happens after the meeting, and he cleared everything. So because we don't meet again until September, I put the granted, if you want to do under suspension of the rules, we can grant that.
Councilman Dole.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. I move that this be granted.
Councilman Dole moves to be granted. All those in favor? The record reflect this, saw 10 hands, plus my own. Further petitions.
We have one drain layer contract operator license application.
Councilman Dole.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this be granted.
Councilman Dole moves this be granted. All those in favor? All those opposed? Further petitions.
We have one claim.
Councilman Dole.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that this be referred to the Committee on Ordinances, License, and Legal Affairs.
Councilman Dole moves to be granted. Councilman Dole moves that to be referred to the Committee on License, Orders, and Legal Affairs. All those in favor? The record reflect that 10 hands, plus my own. Further unfinished business.
We have the following bond order in the amount of $9,638,451 for the fiscal year 2021 General Fund Capital Improvement Program.
Council Turio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Council Turio moves for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote. Seeing no discussion. Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
I'm going to have to recuse myself. There's several fire department items listed there. Thank you.
Let the record reflect that Councilor Flynn has recused himself.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Posnewski?
I believe because there was several police issues, I also have to recuse myself.
Let the record reflect that Council Posnewski has recused himself as well.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of second passenger bond in the amount of $9,638,451, we have 9 members voting, 2 abstained, 9 affirmative, none in the negative, 2 abstained. The matter carries. Further unfinished business.
We have a second passage of a bond order in the amount of $4,758,033 for fiscal year 2021 Water Supply Enterprise Fund Capital Improvement Program.
Council Turio.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Council Turio moves for adoption for second final pass by roll call vote. Seeing any discussion? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Posnewski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yeah. Matter of the second and final passage of a bond order, the amount of $4,758,033. We have 11 members voting, none in the negative, the matter carries. 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative, the matter carries. Further unfinished business.
We have the second passage of an ordinance amending Chapter 46, Section 230, sewer use charges.
Council Madore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for second passage by roll call vote.
Council Madore moves for second passage, second final passage by roll call vote. Seeing no more further discussion, seeing none. Madam City Clerk, will you call the roll, please?
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Posnewski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yes. In the matter of the second and final passage relative to sewer use charges. Business.
You froze up a little bit, Counselor. But
I'm sorry.
that's okay. There was
Did you get clarification on the vote?
not from you, no. No. I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear it?
I didn't hear it.
Okay, on the matter of the second and final passage on the, to amend the ordinance relative to sewer use charges, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. We all set? Further unfinished business.
We have second passage of an ordinance amending Chapter 46, Section 66, rates for the use of water.
Council Maduro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Council Maduro moves to second and final passage by roll call vote. Under discussion, seeing none, Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
Yes.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Kwasniewski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Sargent?
Yes.
Council Torrio? And Council McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of second and final passage, relative to amending the rates for water use, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. The matter carries. Further unfinished business. Council Maduro.
We have the matter of a second passage of an ordinance amending Chapter 36 trash fees. Yeah. Yes, Council.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Do let the record reflect that Councilor Sargent has recused himself. A nice little sign that says recused across his face. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Council Dibble?
Yes.
Council Dominguez?
Yes.
Council Flynn?
I'm sorry, Council, we didn't hear that one.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it coming through now?
Yep, I got you now. Thank you.
All right. Yep.
Council Hapworth?
Yes.
Council Madore?
Yes.
Council Marcillo?
Yes.
Council Kwasniewski?
Yes.
Council Riccardi?
Yes.
Council Torrio?
Yes.
And Council McCarthy?
Yes. On the matter of second and final passage of an ordinance relative to trash fees, we have 11 members vote. We have 10 members voting, 1 member abstained. We have 10 in the affirmative, none in the negative, 1 abstention. The matter carries. Further unfinished business.
To the second passage of an ordinance amending traffic, Chapter 42, parking enforcement on Sundays.
Council Maduro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Council Maduro moves to second and final passage by roll call vote. Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. President. Since this passage, I've received a number of emails from actually mostly downtown residents regarding the enforcement on Sunday. And I think the newspaper article that they were looking at perhaps didn't cover the information quite so fully, but upon further explanation, they realized that the enforcement hours are between noon and 6, so the impact is not as significant as they thought. And there were 2 residents living on Crombie Street that felt strongly about paying for meters in front of their homes, and then I further explained that the lot in front of their building, the Crombie Street lot, would be free to them because they have cars that are registered in Salem, and they were very happy to hear that. So, I'll just move on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Dominguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I had the opportunity to speak with the traffic directors and some of the pastor and father of different churches surrounding the downtown area. and each of one then expressed to me their concern. And I bring it out to the directors, in which we agree verbally that when we have, because one of the concerns they bring is when they have events that bring such amount of people from different towns, and they was worried what's going to happen because they need to park anywhere they find a park. So the director told me that when that happened, they need to reach out to him and let him know in advance so he can direct the ticket enforcement not to be in that area during that time. That's the agreement that we have. However, I feel that in the future we need to do something more formal to have some type of amendment to the one that we have that can be shown on a piece of paper so the regulation can be enforced the right way. I don't know what will be the next step from the community of faith, but I had to anticipate that some of them are not very comfortable with what is happening, because the same way that we treat the other businesses, we had to treat the institution that deal with faith. And they're gonna be affected by in any point or another. So I think they might gonna be reaching out to the council at one point or another, expressing their concern to see if there is any amendment or any type of regulation that can be bring it so they can help them in the future so they can have peace of mind. I had to tell you from day one when I say the church that I congregate is downtown. They don't have that problem the way others might have, but they are meeting each other to see what will be the next action. So in the meantime, everything is ready. I mean, it's been quiet that way. We don't know what's going to happen when the entire city continue to be on full capacity, especially in Halloween month, where we all have different situations with parking. So that month is very worried for them. They already been affected by that month on the event that they don't have the full capacity to have every attendees park in different places. Now with the enforcement of the ticket on Sunday, it's going to create another hard situation for them. So I think that the conversation needs to be continued in order so for us as a city government to see if we can alleviate some of their situation. That's what I want to say in regard to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Flynn.
Thank you, Council President. I've also talked to some people downtown that reached out to me, and they're less than happy about this, about having to pay those that rent the high rents, those that own property, the high taxes. We've lost a lot of spaces downtown since restaurants are setting up tents in different areas, and definitely not a good look for our city. I think we're better than this, and I think we're making a mistake by doing this on Sundays, especially for our residents. Thank you.
Council Dibble.
I have to agree with the at-large council just now and the Ward 4 councilor. This is something that I originally was supporting, and I've received several emails just asking us to give them a break on Sundays. They don't need to get pay for meters on Sundays as well. And I did reach out to one pastor downtown, and he was basically against this as well. So I'll be voting no on this. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council Sergeant. This is second.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'll be brief, but this proposed revenue, part of it is for feeding the meters, but the other part is for enforcement, for writing out tickets. And I just think that's a difficult thing to be doing on Sundays, is to be going on writing people tickets. Nobody likes to see a ticket on their car, especially on a Sunday. So, thank you. I'll be voting against this.
Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make a point of clarification again, that the lots with the kiosks downtown are free for residents on Sunday.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Dibble,
No.
Council Dominguez,
No.
Council Flynn,
No.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
No.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
No. The matter of second and final passage by roll call vote for an ordinance amending an ordinance relative to meter enforcement on Sundays. We have 11 members voting, 6 in the...
You
Broke up again.
froze again.
I'm sorry. What spot did you get?
6 in,
Okay, we have with regard to the second and final passage for a amendment relative to parking meters on Sunday, parking enforcement on Sundays. We have 11 members voting, 6 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative. The matter carries. Get that?
yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
Downtown. Further unfinished business. Councilor Terrell.
The second passage of a bond order for the fiscal year 20 capital improvement program authorization amendment.
Councilor Terrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Councilor Terrell moves for second and final passage by roll call vote. Under discussion.
No further discussion, Mr. President.
Any further discussion from any member of the body? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth, Council Madore, Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Matter of a second passage of bond order for the fiscal year 20 capital improvement program. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further unfinished business.
We have a second passage of an ordinance amending traffic handicap parking for North Street.
Councilor Riccardi.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Councilor Riccardi moves for adoption of second and final passage by roll call vote. And discussion?
No discussion. These are new residents on North Street, and I welcome them to Ward 6. Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call roll.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of second and final passage for a ordinance relative to
Handicap parking.
handicap parking. We have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Further unfinished business.
There's a second ordinance of the second passage of an ordinance amending traffic, section 50B, handicap zone half on street.
Council Marcillo.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote.
Council Marcillo moves for adoption for second and final passage by roll call vote. Under discussion?
No discussion.
No discussion. Any discussion for any other members? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Council Dibble,
Yes.
Council Dominguez,
Yes.
Council Flynn,
Yes.
Council Hapworth,
Yes.
Council Madore,
Yes.
Council Marcillo,
Yes.
Council Prosnewski,
Yes.
Council Riccardi,
Yes.
Council Sargent,
Yes.
Council Torrio,
Yes.
and Council McCarthy.
Yes. On the matter of second and final passage of the ordinance amending traffic, we have 11 members voting, 11 in the affirmative, none in the negative. Matter carries. Councilor Dibble.
Thank you, Mr. President. I probably should have done this at the beginning of the meeting, after public testimony. Point of personal privilege, if I may. Councilor Flynn, if I can address you, I'm sorry that you had several of your mementos that I can see in the photograph right now stolen off your desk. But I like the way the city of Salem came back together and donated mementos back to you for deceased police officers and firefighters. And so I just think, I like the way it came back together for you. So I'm sorry that happened to you. But also I'd like to recognize and have a brief moment of silence for, we all know Ellen Talkowski, a city employee, her significant other who just gave her so much happiness. I've known her for a long time, almost 3 decades, or I don't know how long, a long time, since 1986. I've been to the Dominican Republic with her, all sorts of nice things that we've done. And Peter Gibney passed away recently, and he gave so much emotional happiness to Ellen Talkowski, but also he was a big part of our city clerk, Eileen Simons, and her whole family. So I'd like to recognize Peter Gibney, but also after our last meeting, we found out that our friend, Salem police officer Dana Mazzola, passed away about the same time that our meeting was ending, or shortly before the meeting was ended. I didn't know about it until after the meeting was over. So Dana was a friend of mine. I've known him. I was at his house before he even lived in Salem. I was at his house having dinner with him and our wives. Our wives have been friends for many long time. That didn't even make sense. I apologize. But Dana Mazzola and Peter Gibney, they will both be missed. And I'd ask for a moment of silence, please, in their recognition.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none. Council Sergeant.
I move for adjournment, please.
Council Sergeant moves to adjourn. All's in favor? All's opposed? We stand adjourned. Thank you. Have a good summer.